4 byes. That went down as... It's early, I mean, first over to start talking about batting all day. But if Barbados were to bat all day and at the same time score at a reasonable run rate, we'd have a good idea of just how strong a batting lineup they have.
Field includes a slip in place, forward short leg. There's a backward point, cover point, and an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket for Brian Charles. So the decision to go with Brian Charles here. There's also Shannon Gabriel, who is out of your picture, limbering up at the long leg position. So he's going to come from the northern end. And the thing is, the ball is not very, very old here. So 35.3 overs. May have there been a case for the seamer at the other end instead of Charles.
Yeah, I don't know. They're already into the innings, 80 odd, 2 wickets down. Perhaps they also came out thinking, well, we're going to face, you know, Mohammed at one end and Gabriel at the other, and just to throw the spinner in maybe is not such a bad idea. You just have to work that little bit harder because, you know, the ball's not coming onto the bat as quickly. And I think you're asked more questions, especially of Mohammed. Yesterday I made a point about him not attacking the stumps. You know, he's sharp, he makes the batsman think about it, but they don't have to defend the stumps. A few more balls directed, you know, at the stumps, and you never know, you get those edges, you get those drives, and hopefully something comes from that. But to go back to this accumulation of runs, a team that can bat all day, you're going to see who's disciplined, who can take their time, and how they go about crafting a big innings. If that's the case, and Barbados are still batting at the end of the day, that's a massive problem for Trinidad and Tobago. So it's down to the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to do something here and get them out.
Yeah, and certainly if they were to do that, which they're very capable of, it would be a big effort, especially without the rock there. That's Craig Brathwaite, already out for 6. Shane Mosley gone for 24 yesterday. So they're facing the challenge of Shannon Gabriel, who was quite sharp, and he did hit Reefer on the glove yesterday with a bouncer that really flew hard at him. The first one going over his head. As you can see, Gabriel just getting himself mentally ready. Crossed himself before running in. Boy, is he a big unit, isn't he?
Yeah, when he gets it right and you get it wrong, there can be real problems.
So he won't be at full pace here. He's just working himself in. He was, as usual, working very hard this morning, getting himself worked up. Has a chain around his neck. Maybe not the West Hall chain that would bounce around and menace batsmen, but he's just adjusting it there.
Yeah, just played that one from the crease, a little bit back of a length, and was able to defend it nicely, got in behind it. And you know, when you've got someone as sharp as Shannon Gabriel, the hard thing is to say, let me get behind it, let me get in behind it.
That's exactly what he did, getting in behind it very nicely. Yeah, yesterday he got a bouncer that had him jerking his head back, and then the next ball, which was a little bit fuller, tried to duck, and he ducked into it. In fact, he almost, like a boxer, gloved away the punch coming at him.
See, these first 2 balls that have made him play a perfect setup for just encouraging him. He feels nice, it's coming onto the bat, he's well in behind it, and then you get that one that lifts on him, and it's the same line. What are you going to do with that?
There it is, that's the one coming true, as you called it.
And the only thing there was the line. You know, you put that in line because you can see him. He's coming across the stumps. He wants to get in line for it. And if this is well directed, he's in trouble.
Yeah, it pitches maybe about 2 feet outside the off stump. Maybe a foot inside or so. and that could have been very, very menacing for the batsman Reefer.
Good battle here. Really set up nicely. Top order bat who wants to get on top of the bowling. Sharp bowler who can trouble the batsman. Nice contest.
Will be the only snake in the garden today could possibly be the elements, because just behind to our left where the weather comes from, there's some dark clouds that are menacing, almost as menacing as Shannon Gabriel, by the way, who slips in a gully in place, and that may be a factor later on. We hope not. We're not trying to call it on the game, but
Barbados will be so upset
if that happens,
if they get any delay. They want as much time as possible to put as many runs on the board as possible, get as far ahead as they can, and only bat once.
Good delivery from Shannon Gabriel. And that goes out to Darren Bravo, who's been chirping away since yesterday. Was telling the Barbados batsmen that they were very boring yesterday, and to get them to play some shots didn't quite get under their heads, in their heads. He's quite a character, Darren Bravo. Usually when the games, there's a huge crowd, there's a lot of noise around, you don't hear quite what the players are saying, but in this quieter environment, with the spectators still coming in, you can hear every word that Bravo says. Oh, that's just short of first slip. They're going to get one here, not far away from the opening wicket. It dropped very short of the man at first slip. Let's see if it did. Let's see if second slip maybe had a chance there. Well, De Silva, it's coming, and that's short. Yeah, just a bit too short. He would have to have dived maybe half a body length forward to get that. Over comes the net, 92 for 2. Frustration for Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, it didn't carry. So that for me doesn't go down as a dropped catch. It simply didn't carry. He would have liked them to have been a foot further up, but then when you get the top edge, then you say you'd like them to be a foot further back. You know, you can't win them all. He obviously he was upset. He'd done all the hard work, a really good over, and then he gets the edge, but it just doesn't carry.
Well, as the boxing scribes might say, he's going to have to start chopping once again. Yeah, he was chopping away the first 5 deliveries, and then the one that he was putting out there to get the wicket didn't quite carry off the last ball. It's a good stop by Karaya.
Yeah, and every run here is valuable. Keep the pressure up as much as possible.
Reefer wasn't quite ready. It's a fairly open stance of his. Yeah, forward and then suddenly back. One slip in place here. Brian Charles, he has a one that he just pushes in a little bit faster with the arm. Done for 23 off his 9.2 overs.
We come back to that difficulty that your top fast bowler faces when there's a spinner at the other end. He gets through the overs so quickly. You've got to be back to your mark. Fairly sharpish.
Yeah, he is, and he gets through the overs very fast.
Maybe not quite as fast as Imran Khan, but fast enough for Gabriel to be thinking, "Well, is it my turn already?"
Yeah, Imran Khan, it's almost like a four ball over. Well, left that to go outside the off stump late there, and he survives the over. Reefer, 92 for 2, and it's going to be Shannon Gabriel again. We saw him bowl yesterday. He bowled a spell of 4 overs, then 2, Remember, he still is not fully over. Well, he's had some fitness problems, injury problems over the last few months. Missed that test series against England. They would have obviously want him in that series against Bangladesh. So they're not going to push him 100% here. I don't think we're seeing quite the best of Gabriel yet. He's still working his way back.
So it's Charles then at first slip. He not put the chance down, but it came pretty close to him. I was wondering who it was there at first slip.
Solozano it is, and Charles is at second slip.
Oh, so second slip.
Yeah, so it was too far away from Charles, who's a very good catcher.
Yeah.
Solozano in that first slip position. So they might have actually moved up a notch here.
Yeah, it's well
a little bit late though.
Yeah,
Solozano.
but it's also well short of him. You know, he ends up, goalkeeper style, trying to stop it. He actually never tries to catch it because it is that short of him. He knows he's not going to have a chance to catch it. He just wants to stop it. Here's Gabriel.
So he's bowling to Carter. Had a over to bowl at Reefer now. Now he's going to try to work over Carter. Slightly shorter batsman than Reefer. Also at a different part of his career. He's 34 now, Carter, and he's had a couple of good seasons before this. So he wants to stay around, stay relevant within this Barbados setup. So a challenge for him. Reefer's very much at the height of his powers right now.
Huge challenge for Shannon Gabriel. He's really got to make something happen early on in the day to, pick things up for Trinidad and Tobago and give them a feeling that they can really do something in this match.
Straight at Imran Khan at that mid-wicket position. It's exactly where he was when he caught Mosley yesterday off Terence Hines. And Brathwaite went for 6. Terence Hines taking 2 wickets, so that takes his tally up to 10 in first-class cricket. That's interesting because he's only taken 3 wickets in an innings once before and picked up 2 quite well yesterday evening.
Yeah, when you look at him, he doesn't give you the impression that he's going to be as dangerous as he is, but it's slingy and it's skiddy, and maybe the batsmen think they can do a bit more with him. Surprised them yesterday.
Right, hurried on to him there, Carter. A little bit shorter, as I mentioned, so that length to Reefer is a little more comfortable for him to getting behind it. For Carter, that's coming up to around his hip, so he has to play at it. It's coming at his body.
Yeah, he just gets one to be slightly outside the off stump, the same line, but just a little bit straighter, and he might get him playing at that as well.
It's always so interesting when the big fast bowler is on, especially one like Shannon Gabriel. A lot of interest will be in his performance ahead of that Bangladesh Test series.
No.
Down the leg side. Well, that was Bravo again, appealing for everything. Well, the flagman was in here yesterday. I haven't seen him for the morning yet, but
he's probably got a sore throat.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. He just seems to have the real stamina for it. Where the flagman had his music on, but the nutsman, we're told.
We're reliably informed, actually.
Yeah, by a customer, actually.
There's Gabriel again.
I haven't seen much of that late movement that we saw yesterday. They're making the point about the Duke's ball, which does swing a lot. It is conditions that is testing for the batsmen, it's testing for the players, also for the umpires, because especially for West Indian umpires who may not have done a lot of work in conditions where the ball swings a lot, like in England, for instance. Umpire Ramdani, who's at this end, had spent a season in England, did about 5 weeks of umpiring, so he has seen the ball swing like this and worked in that environment.
Slightly wider of the crease for that delivery. Again, nice angle, making the batsman play. I just hope for Gabriel's sake that he's got 4, 5, 6, good overs in him, and during that time he can continue. Just one down the leg side, that's all. Apart from that, it's been where he would like it to be. That's the second over of the day, and he needs to be as strong at least in the next 2, because once he's had 4, he's really into his work. Then you may get 2 more really good ones out of him, and then after that, it's wear and tear. 6 in a row in the heat, albeit that it's not desperately hot sunshine. The heat can still take it out of you.
Cut away. There should be 1 here. Nice stop by the man coming across. That's Muhammad. Might see him later on. I'm sure we'll see Terence Hines at some point. There was a brief hold-up before Charles came in, because Gabriel was still walking back to where he was at long leg. Driven nicely through the cover region. Here's Muhammad again. Just 1 this time. Yeah, Gabriel took his time to get down there. Really conserving energy in the early part of the day here.
The problem with the seamer is where to put him. You want him out of the firing line. You don't want him somewhere where he may have to chase the ball. So the best thing is at long leg, but it takes him a long time to get there and then to get back.
Yeah, it certainly does. And already Gabriel took a long time to get down there, and already Charles is through 4 deliveries. So pretty much he's within a couple of minutes, he's back on again. So this is going to be maybe even a shorter spell than 4. This is all up to him if he can manage the 4th and perhaps a 5th. If he gets a couple of wickets, who knows? I think he will bowl that 5th over.
I think 6, you should set yourself up for 6. Should be able to manage that.
Driven straight back to the bowler. Well stopped there by Charles. Very good fielder. And that's the end of the over. 94 for 2. Just the couple of runs at the start of the over. And here's Shannon Gabriel coming back up. And Gabriel's just taking his time to come in, conserving as much energy as possible, because it is quite hard work being a fast bowler. Lucky thing, the weather conditions are working for him. It's not quite very hot this morning. Good cloud cover and a hint of wind around also.
As someone who's captained sides where you want to conserve energy for your seamers, the second ball of the over, just make a field change. Just stop things and say, just come round a little bit and swap them over. And then the 4th ball of the over, not the same, but you make another change. You just slow things down and give your seamer that little bit of extra rest. Just take the time out of the game a little bit to save some energy for your seamer. I don't think that is gamesmanship.
Oh, that went straight through him. Too fast for him there. Very much into his work, and he's cranking up the pace now, Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, when he gets it right, it looks so good.
Wow, that pass between bat and pad to Silver. May have thought that was coming in. That actually moved after it passed the batsman. He was late onto that one there, Carter.
See, I have been talking for a while about the 2 balls in the over that you get when you're playing at 4-day regional level. You don't expect absolutely 6 crackers. Well, he's had one here. That's a lovely ball. Can he keep it up? Can he keep that pressure on?
Well, Well, he does again, and Carter is in all sorts of problems. Got himself in knots there trying to keep that one out, which was homing in on the off stump.
So when you get ball after ball after ball and you have to face a whole over of this kind of intensity, this kind of control, you know the kind of bowler you've got in front of you. It's not just the 4-day regional bowler. You're looking at a test bowler. That's someone who is at the highest level, and that should be someone like Shannon Gabriel, and he's got that experience. He's an A-lister, if you like.
Like that, A-lister. Over 150 test wickets, 161 to be exact. Forcing him to play again. Gets a nice little on drive in, but straight at the fielder, and it's a no ball, says umpire Ramdani. I think he's be interesting to see how that happened. Did you go a little bit too wide there, or was it over the front of the crease?
Yeah, overstepped. It's an effort ball, isn't it? He's had 2 good ones. He wants to keep the pressure up. Just running in a little bit too hard. That's what normally does it. They want to put as much effort in as possible and just oversteps. Yesterday when he overstepped and he had that short one that rattled the batsman, then you don't feel as bad. But
more confident now, just driving that nicely off. After the on drive, there was a nice little off drive. Didn't pick up a run, but after those first 2 deliveries where he really got in a tangle, this time a lot more confident here from Carter.
Yeah, as the seam are coming in, and you get the feeling that the man at the other end is looking to get in line and play everything, you feel a lot better, because you don't want someone at the other end who is really adept at finding the line and leaving it. You know, close ones, just leaving them. No, you want him playing.
Not a good delivery here. So he's had to play at 5 of the 4 deliveries. Well, 5 of them counting the no ball.
See, and that one was just pushed up a little bit further. He's really good at being able to change the length without clearly a change in the action. You sometimes get to see just a split second before it comes at you what's coming, because there's a change, there's a really noticeable change in the action. But that was a little bit further up and didn't get up as much. Obviously it's a bit further up. He just had the batsman pushing at that one.
This one, he gets away, square of the wicket, and that will run away for a boundary, using the pace of Shannon Gabriel to get it to the right of the backward point. And Gabriel's over coming up here with a boundary. Not a entirely convincing shot, but yes, he did open the pace at the end, so we'll give him the credit for that. Takes Barbados to 99 for 2.
Well, I think the thing that you said there that's most important is that he used the pace of Shannon Gabriel. He was able. We saw initially where he wanted that to go, but during the shot he was able to say, okay, I'm going to just turn the face a little bit so this squirts off the edge. Initially it looked as though it squirted away from him, but on the replay you can see that he actually turns the bat with some degree of control and uses the pace of Shannon Gabriel to get that to the boundary.
Down the leg side this time. That's going to end off the over. So a boundary off the over, but all in all, outside of that last delivery, he had to play at every other delivery there. Barbados 99 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, so that's reinforcing what we're talking about here, that the Barbados bowlers Barbados batsmen are facing a quality bowler. Now, our question at the beginning was, how long can he keep it up for? Was that over number 3?
That is number 3.
Right, so he's got to have at least one really good, strong over in him. If I'm facing him, I'm thinking, right, he's going to come really strong in this 4th over, and after that, well, you know, I'm into him because he's a big man and he'll be tiring.
Charles gets the edge, flashes past the first slip, and goes close to the boundary. They will cross for 2 here. There is a backward point in place, and that first slip in Jason Mohammed. It was a gully yesterday. There's the 100 up for Barbados, so that's the reason for the applause you might be hearing round the ground. Here was the shot. Very wide off the crease here from Charles. Yeah. Well, you could see the man in front of him was jumping out of the way.
Flashes.
Will get a single this time as he knocks that one away for 1. Barbados, they have scored 521 for 8 declared, 149 overs. That's their biggest score and the biggest score of the tournament so far. The next highest in the competition was at 490 for 7 by Guyana, which was critical in getting Guyana across the line against Barbados last week. They do have the capacity for some big scores here, Barbados Pride. But in all of those biggest scores, the one factor was Craig Brathwaite. So it's going to be a big challenge there for these batsmen to get Barbados up to that massive score. Cuts away, straight at the fielder. It's already halfway through the over. Good delivery here by Charles. Mistimed that time. It's very tight delivery here from Charles. And that is the end of the over. Now, I've outside of your picture there, Rooksy, 1 or 2 for 2 at the end of the over. I was timing Charles's over. And just looking at the stopwatch, 2 minutes and 5 seconds he took to bowl those 6 deliveries. So within 2 minutes of Shannon Gabriel finishing his over, he has to come back on to bowl now. That's the difficulty for him here.
Yeah, it's a very good point video, and I'm sure that most of the people watching at home will also, for the first time, be aware of just how quick the turnaround time is. 2 minutes for the big man to catch his breath, maybe have a swig of water on the boundary, and then be back ready at his mark to go again.
All of that in 2 minutes?
Yeah. There's one other thing that's going to hurt Trinidad and Tobago, because they're 31 runs ahead, and that's the fact that they weren't able to pick up that 3rd wicket. I was saying that they would have felt a lot better if they'd picked up a 3rd wicket last night. It's 102 for 2 as Gabriel runs in now.
Confident looking shot again. This time it is reefer. So they are getting a reading on Shannon Gabriel here. It's not getting a lot of movement off the track here. On the second morning, there was a fair amount of movement yesterday, especially for Jordan, who again bowled very well. He was one of the architects of the CCC's victory against TNT a couple of years ago in the 50-over competition. He and Harding were brilliant in that, TNT winning all their matches and then knocked over by the CCC.
Yeah, just that psychological thing of having 3 down. It's so much better for them. Anyway, there's Gabriel again.
He runs this time. And the other part about it is that you brought your strike bowler on. They've been able to weather the storm. That'll give the batsmen a great measure of confidence as they approach, quote-unquote, the lesser bowlers in the less speedy bowlers in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen Mohammed at this end, have we? He bowled from the far end. Oh, did he bowl one end? One over from here. not enough. Going to have to really work out how you're going to use your bowlers. I mean, he did open yesterday with Gabriel,
yes,
so presumably he'll take over from Gabriel, although you have a man who took 2 wickets from this end yesterday and caused some problems. Maybe you'll use him in tandem, and you can bowl your spinners from the other end as you like.
Deep square leg, mid wicket has gone back to deep square leg. Long leg also in place. Well handled there by Carter. He's getting in line a lot better now. He was troubled in the last over, but this time getting in line a lot better to these deliveries from Shannon Gabriel.
I get the feeling that they are timing this. The boundary that they took off Gabriel was a bit of a bonus, right? You put it there and they got him away. But as long as they can keep him out, keep their wickets intact, I think they'll feel okay and do as you just suggested. Wait for, without being disparaging, the lesser bowlers to come in. As long as they can keep Gabriel out.
Looking a lot more comfortable now is Carter, and picks up the single. Now that the mid-wicket is gone, he's pushed back to deep square leg. Easy single because Bravo is at mid-on there. Bring Reefer on, 2 slips and the gully in place, backward point. There is also an extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. Well, Bravo has moved himself to about a short square, a short mid-wicket. Now he's going back to that short mid-on position.
I think this is a good move to come up a little bit here. You don't want too much of an outlet. For me, it's not far in. You're not on the boundary at square leg, and you're not with the square leg umpire. So, unless he's going to dig one in short.
Well played. Gone out to long leg. There is a man there. Just 1 this time. So we've had... This is the last ball of Shannon Gabriel's 4th over. So is he going to get another one here as the sun starts to finally peek out from behind the clouds? You might be seeing some shadows all of a sudden, and that's why.
Should be not just another for me, 5, but 6. He should have set himself in his mind for 6 good overs, wear me out, no problem, and then stick me down at long leg. I'll give everything in this first burst, and then I'll have another burst before lunch. Maybe the 4 before the lunch interval. So you get 10 out of him in every session.
Push that one down the leg side again, just as in the last over. Over ends the same way. He's just trying to spear in that Yorker, but just pushing it down the leg side. 105 for 2 at the end of the over. Joshua De Silva getting 23 yesterday. And the other mini battle that's taking place between the 2 keepers, at least that's the way we sometimes like to build these things, a little subplot to it. Here's the situation. 133 Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. 3 wickets for Jomel Warrican. Barbados 105 for 2. They just trailed by 28 runs now. And Reefer and Carter have done a wonderful job here for Barbados. The last wicket going down at 34 for 2. There is the Trinidad and Tobago flag. Usually indicates that the flagman is not too far away.
I would have liked to have asked De Silva about the out yesterday, because he was really upset with himself.
Yeah, he certainly was.
And I'm absolutely certain it had nothing to do with the decision. He was angry that he'd played that shot at a time when...
Sweep shot, yeah.
Yeah, when he could have just held on for a bit longer. Anyway, here's Charles again.
Well, that's driven past the man in front of him. That silly mid-off position. Well, he was actually jumping out of the way there, Keegan Simmons. Let's see what happens here.
It's Charles again.
Yeah, that's not a catch. It's very difficult for him to take that one.
Still faced up though, didn't he? I mean, he didn't turn his back on it. Brave man.
Well, I've seen him face down strikers in football as a goalkeeper. Well, he slides out well and takes balls off the feet of strikers, so why not?
Good luck with that.
The batsman with a big piece of willow in his hands. Carter wasn't quite ready. Bravo's there. He has a lot to say this morning, Bravo, as he usually does. Really struggled with the bat yesterday. He just got 8. Just seems to be setting himself up in a sort of a base, just playing as long as possible. But yesterday, as he tried his first, he just tried to clip one down the leg side, off the bat and onto his leg stump.
Well, he's doing the right thing. If you are out of sorts, you've got to bat yourself back into form. Of course, you can do a lot of that in the nets and maybe, you know, play a few games at club level. I think he plays Premiership anyway. But at some stage, you have to reproduce all of your good work that you do in the nets and with your club. You have to reproduce that at, you know, this level in the middle, but don't force yourself into playing a different style and just looking at the number of runs on there as well. Put yourself in a good position. You've got good technique. You're properly trained over many years. You just have to hope that you will find some form and bat long. Just hasn't happened yet for him. We've got a change of bowling video.
Yeah, just before we go to Uthman Mohammed, 8 of 49 Bravo got with 1 boundary yesterday. Uthman Mohammed, as you called for him, here he is, bowling from the northern end of the ground. Yeah, and he also had 2 for 40 from 45 deliveries in the last innings at Diego Martin. Faced almost 100 balls up in Diego Martin for only 9 runs.
The problem for Barbados is that he is due a big innings. They won't want to see it in Trinidad and Tobago's second innings. He will, but the Barbadians won't.
A lot of other people would love to see that too. Yeah, Uthman Mohammed, let's see what he did yesterday. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. As you mentioned already, didn't make the batsman play a lot. So he started off a bit wide here already to Reefer, who has battled his way to 40 of 94 deliveries.
How old is Mr. Mohammed, I wonder?
Yeah, Mr. Mohammed is 33 now.
Oh. You should know where to put it. You should know that nagging length. And he just found it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Just took him 1 ball.
Beautiful. Drew him forward. Defensively, he's not going to drive at that. You can see that from where the ball hit the bat. Just want to try and keep him around there. Don't want to give him anything to drive at. Nothing too wide. You've had Gabriel with some pressure from this end. Let's see if Mohammed can keep it up.
That's more like it. 2 slips in place for him. And for Reefer, in terms of his battle, he's back with the Barbados Pride now. 277 runs for the season, averaging 45.4. Of course, he'd want to do the business for his home franchise. He's been out in Guyana. He's helped a lot in their title wins. Now back with the Pride. And the franchise tournament has offered that opportunity. A lot of these players who may not get a chance for their home franchises have been able to go out and play for the other franchises, like Reefer has done. And it just has borne testimony to the success, one of the successes of this particular system. Yeah, Kyle Hope also did so for Trinidad and Tobago, and Amir Jangu to a lesser extent for the Leeward Islands. And Odin Smith actually was here for Trinidad and Tobago during that truncated 2020 season. In fact, I understand that the last day of the match against the Windwards when TNT won, he missed his flight and had to end up staying in Trinidad and Tobago after the borders were closed for the COVID-19. So he was here for quite a while.
I think there's another story behind that.
You conspiracy theorist, you. So he's made them play a few deliveries there. Mohammed, that's his first over since the return. A lot more comfortable for Carter and Reefer to be facing him. 106 for 2.
Yeah, let's try Mohammed. A couple of overs. 4 would be good, 4 good overs from this end. And keep in the back of your mind, because you want to give the big fella a rest, Shannon Gabriel. Hines there, waiting in the wings to come and give a bit of surprise.
There's some students here. That looks like St. Stephen's College, actually. Yeah, St. Stephen's College, it appears. It's not Naparima, because I'm seeing on the tie there is that little patch of yellow. That is St. Stephen's College. Actually taught there for a year and a half. So that's what I should know it. That's one's cut away. There will be 2 here for the batsman. They're only interested in 2. That got very close to the boundary. Bravo just showing Solozano how he's still full of running here.
Yeah, just a little bit too short and a little bit too much width. Although he did make room to cut it, but it was in that area. The batsman really wants to get on top of it and cut it away.
Just to mention something, St. Stephen's College,
where you used to teach?
That's in Princestown. For the first 2 years there, a cricketer named Darren Ganga was actually at St. Stephen's College before transferring to Naparima College in San Fernando. And that's where he first started to make his name before playing for West Indies and, of course, Trinidad and Tobago. Came off the edge again. Just 1 this time. Charles has caused some problems here for these 2 batsmen with those subtle variations of pace. He doesn't turn it a lot, but he is able to manipulate that.
Nice pick up and throw as well in the field. Who is that there? That short third man.
Solozano is that batsman. Fielder, excuse me. Yeah, Solozano is 48.
So that's a nice thing to see in the middle, where, well, it's nice for Trinidad and Tobago. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Batsmen are going to come and have a chat now. So it's not all roses and plain sailing, easy times out in the middle. A little bit of frustration from Reefer there, because he wanted the single, and he gesticulated to Carter that there should have been a single there.
Well, batsmen are when batsmen are in their slippers and with their feet up in their sofa at the batting crease, then it means that the fielding side is not doing what they're supposed to be. Things are not gone right at all, so they shouldn't be comfortable there.
Well, Charles was upset with himself because, having caused a little bit of a problem there, he then put the ball in the same place, and they did take 1. We'll have an update soon on the games that are being played elsewhere. Nice Nice looking on drive, but there's a man there and there's no run. I know that Vijay likes to do that.
Thank you. End of the over, 110 for 2. Let's take a look at what's happening around the West Indies Championship. Well, Jamaica, they got 100 yesterday from Jermaine Blackwood. Well, he's now been dismissed. Unfortunately for Jamaica fans, Blackwood's gone for 114. However, Aldane Thomas is on 60. Here's the bowling figures here. 2 for 14 for Terence Hines. So he should be back on at some point. Charles is going to hold down one end. Mohammed, we might see him, but Imran Khan is also going to be on at some point. So a lot of options for Trinidad and Tobago. The good news for Jamaica fans is that Aldane Thomas is 61 not out, and Jamie Merchant is on 30. He also got some runs here and was man of the match in the last game. Got a 50 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so he's in some form. 58 being corrected by our stats Nazi. That's Ronnie.
And man of the match.
I did mention that.
Oh, sorry.
and he got a Michelle Pfeiffer, didn't he? Yeah.
Nice a line from Mohammed there. So that Jamaica are on. What are they on? What did they?
381. So they're in control, at least for the moment. 345, correction, for 7 in that game. But the lower order batsmen are getting some runs. They still have Nicholson, Gordon and Marquino Mindley in. But this partnership is doing wonders here for them. Oh, that's a lovely shot, but well fielded by Mohammed. Did enough to stop it and get it out to Shannon Gabriel. Last partnership, this 8-wicket partnership has already put on 54 for Jamaica against Guyana. So
frustrating for Guyana.
Yeah, it is, because they had so much momentum after that win against the defending champions. And there have been videos on social media put out by Cricket West Indies about seeing the celebration for the Guyana team after that victory. You saw how much it meant to them. Nice looking shot again. Can't be the fielder. So at the other side, well, the Windwards have bowled out the Leewards for 333. Time to get your feet up. And Leeward Islands, remember, they got 100 from their number 10, Colin Archibald, who was 106 not out at the end of 109 deliveries, 13 fours and 4 sixes. What an innings that was from their number 10. Also, Daniel Dorham, 43 of 95. He did well as number 11.
Mohammed just pushing that one down the leg side.
So both of those teams winning the toss, batting first, and both of them have gone on to scores over 300, which is exactly what did not happen here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, they were the odd team out.
The odd duck, you say?
Yeah, the odd team out. Yes. Oh, they're all coming out now.
Yeah, we're getting all sorts of analogies, some of which we can't mention. Nice looking non-drive. Now, after that initial burst from Shannon Gabriel, and there have been a few alarms when Brian Charles is on. These two have looked very, very comfortable, frighteningly comfortable out here. Nothing much is troubling them.
I'd still give Mohammed a little bit of a run at this end, just to see whether he can get things right, trouble them. Maybe the batsman will want to start going after him and something will happen.
Well, down the leg side, and well, there was one batsman, Karaya, given caught down the leg side. Darren Bravo clipped one onto his leg stump. Neither of that has happened. 110 for 2 here. Barbados have already batted 47 overs. So applause going up at the stadium here for the Barbados batsman. Reefer 41, Carter is 28. This partnership started at 34 for 2. Now at that point, things were looking a little dicey there. The partnership is up to 76 of 199 deliveries. So they have been, it hasn't been free flowing for them, but it's been attritional, and they have done very well here. These two, the combination of Reef and Carter.
And the the thing that's happened with Trinidad and Tobago is Red Force, having been bowled out early, has allowed Barbados to take time to build an innings and allow that partnership to take 199 balls for the 76. Okay, it sounds like a long time, but the Red Force have given them that opportunity, and they're 24 off 100, 24 off 100 partnership. They'd be happy with that. Change of bowling.
And Yannick Correa is on to bowl now, and he has not bowled a terrible lot in this competition, just 13 overs, and he's taken 4 wickets for 59, but he is the form bowler for Queen's Park. Oh, that almost carried. That just pad though. No alarms. Now, Correa, just to mention this, I'm sure you'll be interested in knowing this as we watch this delivery. Yeah, that just off the pad. Maybe no bat involved. It just bounced in front of the fielder all the same. Should be 2 here. There might be more, as Mohammed has to sprint across to intercept it. And as well. It's just 2. Correa actually took hat-tricks on consecutive days for Queen's Park during the recent Trinidad and Tobago T20 Festival. Hat-trick in the semi-finals, hat-trick in the finals. And led, as do I have to mention, that Queen's Park went on to win it afterwards. You take a hat-trick, usually end up on the winning side. Straight to Bravo. No run. And almost had a hat-trick in the last game. 2 wickets and 2 balls in the last match also. So he's been in some fine form. Quickish leg spinner, isn't he? Mohammed's out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Mohammed is, that's Mohammed. The Uthman Mohammed is at long leg, having a little talk with Carrie Peer, who hasn't gotten a look in yet into this team. Yes, Mohammed coming off the boundary. Just 1.
Tall, athletic looking, isn't he, Mohammed? I like the look of him. I like to see him a little bit more dangerous when he's got the ball in his hand, something short and really troubling the batsman with that height.
End of the first over from Yannick Correa in the match, and none for 4. Double and a couple of singles there. Not quite getting his line right at the moment, but he can be dangerous here for Trinidad and Tobago. 114 for 2. So interestingly, we haven't seen Terence Hines yet. We haven't seen Khan either. I don't think. Well, we have 1 leg spinner on in operation at the moment.
Yeah, I think Imran Khan trying to give the Barbados batsmen as many different looks as possible and not let them settle into, because we don't know what's coming. The batsmen out there, they're also thinking, well, who am I going to face next and for how long? So maybe they were thinking that they would see Hines a little bit earlier on, but it's going to be Mohammed again.
That's more what you like to see, their shorter delivery. Wake up the batsman a little bit.
You just want to put some degree of uncertainty about always being on that front foot and looking for the nice, big shots, the drives, just keep him back a little bit, something to give him some degree of concern. It was a nice short ball.
Yeah, better delivery here from Mohammed. He's kept the batsman honest. Tarifa 42 of 110 deliveries.
Yeah, because he's seen the scoreboard. He knows what's next up for him with 8 runs. He'll want that as well. The other thing that they know is that they've almost knocked off the Trinidad and Tobago score, and the lovely thing is they got time. They can take their time.
Edged and past second slip and down to the boundary for 4. Yes, he got the edge finally, but it was far away from Brian Charles. If he couldn't take it, it was a very difficult chance. Let's see what happens here. And now look at the front foot of Reefer playing far away from his body. And that would have gone straight to third slip. It wouldn't have carried him anyway. But that was the boundary here. A little bit of moral victory for Mohammed at the time.
Yeah, you're right. That's not going to carry. The disappointment is that he's found the edge, but it hasn't gone to one of the slips. A short ball, a well-directed next ball, and then the edge. You know, all of this is nice to set things up, and it's what I've been hoping to see from Mohammed.
Another good delivery here. That's just short of a length and rising at Reefer. Pulled the bat away well. Good carry to the keeper also.
It's odd that we spoke about it just as he was coming in. Let's see if we can get something that's a little bit short. Problem as long as you get the right line, you don't want to for it to be wayward and then you start getting pulled and it's too short and you start getting cut. But at least test him up there, especially when he's on that score.
Nicely worked away. There will be 2 as the fieldsman now coming onto it. Yeah, it was Gabriel out there, so they're thinking, yes, we can take 2 to him. Not the fastest of movers in the outfield, Shannon Gabriel. Reefer's on to 48 now.
We spoke about Carrie Pierre, who's walking around the boundary. You imagine he pushes that to Carrie Pierre. He's running for the single quick. Far less thinking about coming back for 2. It's a completely different type of attitude and movement.
Straight to Bravo. And that will end off the over. So a better over here from Uthman Mohammed. None for 22 after his 8 overs. Barbados 120 for 2. And make it just 1 more over until the water break, the end of the first hour's play here. Barbados resuming at 87 for 2.
Did he do 4 or 5 yesterday, did you say, Mohammed?
6, I believe, is what he would have done. So it's just 2 in the morning so far.
2 this morning. He's big enough, strong enough, healthy enough, fit enough to do another couple. There's no reason to be thinking about, well, yes, you'd think about a change some way down the line, but now that's
what Carrie Pierre has been doing diligently for the season.
Oh dear,
he hasn't been able to get a look in at the side yet and a player of such quality has been it's very good in the T20 format. Karaya again. Shorter outside the off stump.
Just 1.
Yeah. Turns it both ways, Karaya. So just focusing on bowling the googly at the moment against the left-handers here. Just 1. Well, Gabriel hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but comfortably true. Good bit of fielding. What were you saying about his fielding? That's what he's perhaps telling us.
I don't believe you guys.
Yeah.
I'll just say one thing, and
I think he has. He's been listening to you. That was the attitude He was quickly in.
That's
It was
more
always
like
going to
it.
be a single. Oh, that's hit wonderfully through the covers for 4. It was wide outside the off stump and full. So just erring here, Karaya, and that's hit wonderfully through the covers for 4.
Oh, that's
That's Carter this time. We could just
before.
run away from his 50.
It was wide
Picked
outside.
up 6 runs off the first 2 deliveries already.
Yeah, lovely shot. This is proving to be a damaging partnership here. This is exactly the tempo, the pace that you need. Don't have to rush it. No rash shots. You will get balls that you can hit.
Another run. Cryer has not been able to keep the pressure up here. He hasn't been able to stem the flow of runs. Already 11 runs off the 10 deliveries he's bowled. And that'll bring Reefer up. He is one short of a personal milestone here. And Barbados are just a few runs away from what would be the 100 partnership. And there it is. That is the 50 for Reefer. This has been an excellent innings here from him for the Barbados Pride team. And a nice round of applause from his teammates below us as they celebrate Reefer's 50. And averaging over 45 for the season, and he has continued very well here. Come back into the Barbados Pride team, and what a way to bring it up here. So that is 50 for Reefer, 17th 50 for him at first class level. Just to mention his 1750 Rooksy. 100 to go with that in those 82 first class games. So 129 for 2, and that will be the water break. The buggy coming on, and here is the opportunity from earlier. That's the edge, just short of first slip. Solozano reacting. Well, looked a little late, but he wouldn't have gotten to that anyway. Did well to stop that from going past him. So Barbados 129 for 2 at the water break. They've added 95 runs in this particular partnership.
Straight through him.
Off
Too
at
fast for him
87
there.
for 2.
Very much into his work,
so
and he's cranking up the
42
pace now.
runs in the hour's play. That's how it's gone
Gets
here
away.
for the morning.
Square
So
of the
we'll take a
wicket,
short
and
break
that
here
will run away for a
for
boundary
the
using
water
the
break
pace of
as Barbados
Shannon.
after 50 overs, 129 for 2.
Edged and past second slip and down to the boundary for 4.
Here. Oh, that's hit wonderfully through the covers for 4. It was wide outside the off stump and full. Yeah. Welcome back. First water break. Barbados coming in at 129 for 2. And Reefer starting off at 32 not out has progressed to 51. Reefer's gone to 51 and Jonathan Carter on 37 at the water break. So these two have put on 42 runs in the first hour of play. Not a lot in the early part as you would expect, but they've started to blossom. The partnership now starting to push on. Uthman Mohammed continues from the northern end. Jonathan Carter, 37 of 110 deliveries. Reefer just slightly faster with his 51. The partnership very close to the 100 now. In fact, they're just 5 runs away. 95 runs these two have put on. Not sure what Bravo is trying to show the batsman this time, but he was just rolling on the pitch and was caressing a portion of the pitch as if to suggest exactly there. That's where you need to drop it, or that's where you can drive it away for 4. Not quite the spot, but that's close enough. Testing delivery here for Carter. Bravo's pulling out the stops to get in into the minds of these two. Reefer 17 50s, 17 half centuries at first class level, 100, averaging just about 27.04. His best 108 not out. Certainly for Barbados Pride, we'll be hoping that he can get his second first class 100 today. That conversion rate certainly is something that he will try to address in his career. Picks up 1. I'll bring Reefer back on strike. Reefer had the 1 test match for the West Indies. That was against New Zealand and Hamilton in 2017. Hasn't quite been able to make his way back into that team. So it's been 5 years. So he needs to get some big runs here. 100 will not do his chances a whole lot of harm. Another one that comes back in sharply. Is that going to be the wicket for TNT? It's not. May have just hit him outside the off stump. Was the height an issue? Was it outside the off stump? Here's Mohammed. Could be height, but also seemed to strike him just outside the off stump. And if you look at it again, he was already outside the off stump when the ball was coming through. Look at the pad. The left pad, there it is, just outside the off stump, and it does not move significantly. In fact, it actually gets a little bit wider before withdrawing. So outside the off stump, playing a shot, and also an issue with height. Better from Mohammed. More testing deliveries coming at the batsman. Reefer, who's already on 51. Struck just outside the line. And Mohammed at one end. This is his third over on either side of the water break. Carter on 38 of 112 deliveries. Thought about the single and decide against it. This really has been one of the closer points races in years in this 4-day championship. Barbados 130 for 2 at the end of the over. Yeah, Barbados. There is the students. I'm told it's Davy High here with us today. So the students getting the opportunity to come and watch some first-class cricket. And usually the schools send their members of their cricket teams, boys and girls cricket teams. So this was a tradition that you have seen going back a long time, where cricket teams from different schools get the opportunity to come and watch the cricket here. And it's an experience that many of them would remember fondly. Remember, as a school child coming away to watch Ian Bishop and Ambrose and the likes at Guaracara Park. Cut away nicely. Correa continues, and that is going to take some stopping here. Solozano does well to track that down. Isn't going the way of Trinidad and Tobago here. Partnership up to 98 now, and this is the biggest one of the match so far, easily. Better delivery here from Correa. He hasn't been able to keep the batsman quiet. 15 runs already. He's bowled 14 deliveries, and Barbados trail by just 1 run now. So Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 133 yesterday. That's better. A lot of chatter. Well, stopped there by Correa, sticking out the left hand to make the stop. Former West Indies under-19 player. Got 100 in one of those World Cup matches for the West Indies. More of a batting all-rounder. His bowling has not been used quite as much by Trinidad and Tobago over the years. Matches go by where he doesn't bowl at all. Nice looking on drive here from Carter. And the applause around the stadium is because Barbados have now drawn level with Trinidad and Tobago. And what an ominous sight that is. 133 for 2. And that's the reason for the congratulations between the two batsmen. They have now taken their team from 34 for 2 to 133 for 2 and just about to wipe out this Trinidad and Tobago first innings. And the Barbados camp applaud as Barbados go past Trinidad and Tobago's first innings total of 133. TNT brought that up of 54.2 overs, and now Barbados in 2 overs less have gone past. It hasn't been easy for them. 134 for 2. And at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago were actually 132 for 8.
You found out which school they were from then, the school children.
Yes, I did.
It was Barrackpore East, I think, isn't it?
Davy High School.
Oh, I just spoke to them and they said Barrackpore East.
Barrackpore East?
Yeah.
So, well, the reliable person who told us about the Nutsman earlier also told me that's Davy High School.
Oh dear.
We'll have to have a talk with him.
He's lost a few points. Anyway, I spoke to...
a lot of points.
I spoke to one of the teachers and I thought it'd be a good idea if at the end of the over, or at the end of one of the overs, we had one of the youngsters who actually plays cricket, and he said that he's played here already, a youngster. We might have a word with him in between overs. How does that sound? Yeah.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Right. Okay. We'll leave you with
100 partnership up. By the way. Down the leg side from Utman Mohammed. Yeah. So. Yeah, the 100 partnership up. Barbados gone past Trinidad and Tobago's 133 first innings score. Very, very promising. And only for the loss of 2 wickets.
So now, with those scenarios that we like to paint, it's what Barbados want to achieve in the next hour, or 45 minutes before lunch, and what Trinidad and Tobago has to do to slow them down. Really take some of the wind out of their sails. Definitely a wicket before lunch. You can't go this whole session wicketless.
Edged it and caught at gully. Yes, he's finally taken the wicket. Shorter deliveries done the trick here. And Carter, after his long vigil, 41 of 117 deliveries, left very bitterly disappointed here as Carter goes for 41. So there's the breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago after the 100 partnership, and a short delivery, an effort ball, and that had him in all sorts of problems, coming off the what seemed to be the handle of the bat and taken at gully. So that is the catch taken, and finally the wicket goes down.
This is a huge wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. They were desperate to get something before lunch. They couldn't possibly have gone the session without taking a wicket. And having taken one now, they'll be looking to take another. And I've been begging to see the big man, you know, dig it in, cause some trouble. Let's see what you can do with that height. And when he does, there it is. Almost plays it well. Almost plays it well. He plays it straight in the hands of the man at gully. Was it?
Yeah, that's Simmons there who took the catch. And
good ball, good catch.
He used every bit of his height, though, in getting forward to take that one, because it's coming at him, and then suddenly it starts to die. So he got forward well to take the catch.
But I wanted to see him test the batsman. Maybe they would have pulled him or cut him, hooked him, whatever it is, but at least have a go in there. Use some of that your physical attributes to test the batsman, and there is the result. Different proposition now. He's a real tall right-hander and a quality high-order bat as well to bowl at.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's Roston Chase in for Barbados now. A significant challenge he's going to pose here to the bowlers. Roston Chase, and he's been playing more for the West Indies in the recent past, but hasn't been a great start to the series for him. Just 25 runs. This is the second game he's playing in the series, so he hasn't gotten off just yet, but didn't get off against Ghana. Certainly Barbados will hope to get a big one from him here.
So let's do that scenario where, you know, you add 2 wickets to the score. 135 for 5 looks a whole lot different, because Barbados were going along nicely at 135 for 2. Right, so Trinidad and Tobago have picked up an important wicket there, and they'll be looking now with 40 minutes to go. They will hope for 2 more before lunch. 1 more, they'll have to settle for it, but they were really hoping to dig out 2 more.
Got an edge immediately here, but it's dropped short of second slip. They're just not carrying here, playing with soft hands again here, Roston Chase. And that was not the same kind of bounce. Very, very full delivery.
And Mohammed, you can see from his body language that he knows that there's a hint there, a finer edge that goes through to the wicketkeeper. He's in with a chance here. Although he is in. Is this the 4th over of the morning or his 3rd?
For his, for his 4th over.
His 4th. Well, then he might. I mean, his captain's going to keep him on for at least another 1 or 2. And then you've got Hines warming up. He can't wait to get the ball. He's seen Gabriel down at this end keeping them quiet. He's seen Mohammed take a wicket. He can't wait to get the ball.
Yeah, he certainly does. And for Mohammed, who hasn't played for the season yet, getting his chance back in this Trinidad and Tobago team, it's very important for him, for his personal goals, for his hopes of keeping a place on this Trinidad and Tobago team. Needs to get some wickets here.
Another man going across.
Jason Mohammed crosses over from the leg side.
See, he's just
onto the extra cover region. Sorry,
it's okay. He's just said to Imran Khan, who's at mid wicket, I want another man on this side. I know I'm going to bowl on the offside.
Oh, that's a good bounce. Well directed over the mid stump there, forcing the big man to duck away. Man, that was straight at the helmet, wasn't it?
This is well directed. This is the kind of pressure that you want. You don't want them on that front foot for too long. Just push them back a little bit.
This has been a very good spell here for Uthman Mohammed, and with Gabriel off the attack now, He has provided the ideal tonic here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Nice looking on drive to Gabriel. He hits the stumps again. Chase gone in very quickly. He is quick, deceptively quick across the ground, Chase, but that's 2 out of 2 for Gabriel.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Here he is, just making me look embarrassed, having questioned his fielding prowess earlier on.
Well, 2 things we've learned here as the over comes to an end. 136 for 3. Don't identify schools and have nothing to say about people's fielding.
Fielding, yeah. Well, we are going to have one of the cricketers from that Barrackpore East school up here shortly. It'll be a nice thing to do. I think we'll have the teacher up as well and just bring them in so they can see what happens upstairs and maybe give them a little, something to remember. Although one of them said that they'd played here already, so coming up in the commentary box is going to be no big deal, is it? Been out in the middle.
Been there, done that. Why
would I be interested in behind the scenes? A player myself.
Well, it's one of the great feelings for these young cricketers to come in to play at the Brian Lara Stadium and, of course, at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a huge thing for them to play at these famous venues. Chase finally getting a right-hander to bowl at Karaya, so he can bowl the more natural leg break away from Chase. He's had quite a lot of practice of bowling the googly already in his short innings. 3 overs he's bowled before this. Too much on the leg side, flicked away nicely by Chase, and that's going to bring up his first boundary. I clipped that away very well through mid-wicket, vacant position. Roston Chase, and he is a batsman. He's had 5 Test hundreds, 9 Test 50s, so can't argue with that sort of record, averaging maybe 26.78 in his 43 Test matches.
Yeah, you come in to bowl against him and you give him 2 bad balls, he's going to put them away. Got to be very careful here. And
at first class level, his record is a lot better. 34.3 he averages, 900s, 26 50s.
Oh, dangerous time for Trinidad and Tobago. Reefer well set.
That's a good delivery. Turning away from Chase. And look at that. That's just pitching. Whoa, that would turn an enormous amount. Just got to look at that. Just pitching maybe outside the leg stump and turning enough to beat the off stump.
Lovely ball.
Just too good for anyone. Again, works it through the mid-wicket area. This could be cut off here because there are 2 batsmen, 2 fielders after it. Solozano gets across. And that is 3 that he's taken this time. Silva has to rise very high to take that, stop that one.
Overstretched himself, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Saw him doing some stretching exercises yesterday with the physio who was bending him in all kinds of directions. A contortionist at one point, I thought he was.
Yeah. Just to mention that just to the right of your picture, Carrie Peer is on the field for the Red Force. That's because Shannon Gabriel is off after that exertion of hitting the stumps for the second time. He's taking a slight break here, Shannon. But no doubt, his fielding really has improved, as we've shown here. Maybe he was a little bit lethargic for that earlier bit of fielding, but the way he moved in, he took it and got the ball away quickly, hit the stumps. Very good indeed. 143 for 3, Barbados Pride.
"35 minutes before lunch. Barbados still in the driving seat here. They lead by 10, 7 wickets still standing.
I thought it was Shannon Gabriel. Excuse me. It is. Gabriel is on. So it is one of the other fielders. We'll identify who it is at the moment.
Mohammed to continue from this end, is it?
Yeah, it is Mohammed to continue.
Yeah, why not? Why not? He had a nice over.
Well, it's Bravo who's gone off. Excuse me. Bravo has gone off.
Oh, okay.
It was a little bit quieter on the field. Maybe that's why Bravo has been shouting out all sorts of instructions to the batsmen, to the umpires, to all the fielders. Here's Mohammed. He gets very close to the umpire, doesn't he? Just comes. The right arm just seems to come over the left shoulder of umpire Ramdani.
Nice line that from Mohammed. The first thing that strikes you when you see him is, the physique, and you think if he ends up having a nice action and he can really get some control, he's going to be dangerous. You'd like to have some pace in there as well.
Nice looking on drive by Chase, straight at Gabriel.
Yeah, a quick word from Mohammed as well. I'm sure he's saying to him, "Come on then." Oh, yeah. That was angling in, wasn't it? Good battle here.
Carrie Pierre's very red hat. Is that scarlet red? Not sure what the color is, but it's easy to spot on the field. Good delivery here from Mohammed. Just moving in late, but give credit to Chase here. That's well left.
Yeah. Looking at two real quality batsmen here. That line that I keep talking about, where if the bowler puts it there, if he strays into the hitting zone, and look how tight it is. No, I'm leaving that. I don't have to play at that.
It's cut away. Karaya's after this one. He's going to haul it in. Meantime, Chase will cross for two here. Well, he's had few alarms here at the start of his innings, Roston Chase. Maybe the evidence of the last match might be misleading as to the kind of form that he's in.
Trinidad and Tobago can't allow any kind of partnership to develop here. Of course, the man that they would like to get would be Reefer, because he's already well set. 52.
Well, that's put down. Was there a touch? There was definitely a noise. Not sure if it was the pad, but I think that Chase is indicating that came off the pad. Let's see where that goes. The bat coming down outside the off stump. Yeah, clearly away from, and the deflection actually happened after the bat had gone. So that's clearly a thigh pad. Chase did indicate as much afterwards.
He's had better direction for me today, Mohammed.
Yeah, he's been more at the batsman. Yes, Chase hasn't played at those two, but just outside the off stump. 145 for 3 at Barbados Pride here. Chase out there for Barbados. They still have in the hutch Akeem Jordan to come, Jomel Warrican, Justin Graves, who bats well. There's Miguel Cummings, Shane Dorridge still to come, and Ramon Simmons. The rest of them are just listed in alphabetical order, by the way, so I think most likely it will be Shane Dorridge to come next, him and Justin Graves. Graves might come before him, and then there is Dorridge also in the hutch. So Barbados still have a lot of resources to work with here. Tall order for Trinidad and Tobago to get back into this game. If they were to get back into this game, it really had to be TNT dismissing Barbados for a low score. That's not going to happen now. So they're going to have to come up with a very significant second innings total, Trinidad and Tobago. Nice woody sound to that on drive there from Reefer, 53 off 124. How he would love to get his second first-class 100. As for Chase, he's been there, he's done that before. Debuted for West Indies versus India back in 2016. Really good series for him against India. Hasn't played since played in that West Indies series against Sri Lanka, December 2021. Didn't figure in that England series, so he will want to put in some good performances here with the bat and also with the ball if he is to get back into that West Indies team. Nice fielding by the 37-year-old Imran Khan, moving across to put in the dive and make the stop. Chase, they're not going to run to that man at all. TNT coming in with a side with several players over the age of 30. The youngest player on the Trinidad and Tobago team, Keegan Simmons, and Joshua De Silva, 23. A few players in that mid-20 period, like Brian Charles. Barbados have a couple of youngsters on their team, as we mentioned. Kamari Boyce, who is not playing today. Ramon Simmons, the 20-year-old, who took up 2 wickets in the match. Slightly older team, Barbados, compared to the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Oh, Chase, that's the best we've seen from him so far. Boy, he's looking good as he started off here for the Pride. Over-pitched, and he drove that beautifully through the covers for 4. 150 up for Barbados now. 150 for 3 at the end of the over. So Roston Chase, 14 of 20 deliveries already. He's gotten into stride very well. 10 and 15 against Guyana in the last game, and that loss for Barbados hasn't figured in the West Indies team at T20 level. Played 3 matches against India, 12-4, didn't bat in the second game. Also played against Ireland back in January 19, so figuring in the white ball format, but has fallen out of favor in the test matches, so he will want to address that. As for Reefer, 53, still in great position here. Yeah, so that one's on the line of the off stump as Mohammed continues here. Mohammed 1 for 26. He's been very tidy this morning, and as Rooksy would have said earlier, he's made the batsman play a lot more. And the view over, we will have that special interview where we have one of the youngsters who's from one of the schools here visiting at the Brian Lara Stadium for the match here. He says he's played at the venue already. That's going to be interesting. The on drive straight to Bravo, who's back on the field for Carrie Peer. Well, he has one up on me, I can say that, because I've never played here. And me never. Barbados leading by 16 runs. Mohammed taking the wicket. A short delivery that really surprised Carter. Got him out for 41. There it is, another shorter one. But this, in contrast to the one that got Carter, this one was outside the off stump. So better directed bouncer, and perhaps could have had Reefer in some problems, but in that 100 partnership, Reefer was the much better of the 2 batsmen. 53 off 127. That was a shorter delivery, which he deals with very well. Can has to come off the mid-wicket area to field. Thumbs up from Reefer as appreciates the running here from Roston Chase. Chase certainly does tick the boxes in a different way from previous West Indies all-rounders. Tall and stringy in terms of the way he looks, but quite a fine cricketer he has proven to be for West Indies. That's that one go. He's very good in a crisis situation, as we saw against India in his debut series. Can he recapture that sort of form and get back into the West Indies team as he did 5 years ago when he made his dramatic entrance into West Indies cricket? Oh, that is pulled away with some power here by Roston Chase. Hammered that through the mid-wicket area for 4. And Roston Chase is up to 18 now. Short track delivery here from Mohammed. Boy, was he into position quickly. Almost swung himself off the ground with the power he hit there, Rosie.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, and that's one of the things that we were talking about, the possibility that when he does drop it short, he'll get found out, either cut, hooked, or pulled. Well, just in between, go ahead. Right, in between the over, we're going to have a chat with one of the young men that was, or is, at the local school.
So I'm just going to make way for him and pass on the mic to him.
Right, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Right, don't be shy, you have to speak up because your voice is going global now, so you have to be a bit more punchy than that. What is your name?
My name is Rajiv Valkaran.
And where'd you go to school?
Barbados East Secondary School.
So we've settled that one then, haven't we? Right, okay. And how old are you?
I am 13 years old.
13?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you do? Do you bowl or do you bat?
I am an all-rounder.
Yeah, and who's your favourite player?
Probably Samir Badji, when he used to play.
And what about a favourite player from Barbados?
Barbados, I don't really,
We'll give you a minute to think about that one, as Imran Khan it is, who's bowling from the far end. He gets swept down to
from Barbados,
long,
probably Jason
long
Holder.
leg. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, favourite? You're going to be as tall as him, do you think? I don't think
I
so.
wish.
Yeah, right. And you've seen the score, 156 on the board for 3. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I think Trinidad might take us home.
Oh, yeah? How are they going to manage that?
They're bowling good, and they're feeling good, yeah.
Right, okay, we shall see. What's next for you as far as a game is concerned? When are you going to play next?
I'm gonna try playing in school. Yeah, when school have any cricket match.
All right, nice looking shot up to mid-wicket. It's Chase on strike, 18 off 23 balls as Khan bowls, and he plays defensively. Trapped him a little bit there. De Silva took the stumps off, took the bails off as well, but it looked as though he might overbalance for a moment, and there was a chance of a stumping. 2 more balls left in this Khan over. That's driven to the man at extra cover, but there's no run. And what style do you bowl?
Medium pace.
Medium pace. You're going to have to put on a little bit more size, aren't you?
Yep.
13. I see how you go. Last ball of the over then. That's played defensively, and they've stolen a run as it goes up to Shannon Gabriel, who has both hands out, saying, "What, to me? A single?" Well, thanks very much. We're going to have video come back in. It's been nice chatting with you, and good luck with your cricket career.
Thank you.
Okay.
.157 for 3, and one of the youngsters here watching the cricket at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and likes Jason Holder, and very confident, I have to say. He says Trinidad and Tobago are going to win this one. So it's difficult to see that happening here for TNT, but you never know. It's a claim of blissful uncertainties. There's still the possibility of the elements intervening here. There are a lot of clouds away to the left of us in the stadium. There's also the possibility of a Trinidad and Tobago revival. If they aren't able to pick up a couple of wickets here, it's going to be an entirely different complexion. But for the two batsmen there, Reefer has been there for a long time, 55 of 129. But tell you what, Roston Chase looks ominous, 19 of 27. He looks the master of the situation right now. And Terence Hines, who took 2 for 14 yesterday, is back on here. And if he can get something going here in the last 15 minutes before lunch, this could be a very interesting passage of play.
Well, he unsettled a few yesterday, didn't he? They'll be hoping for more of the same today.
Watch him run up, and you mentioned he doesn't look like he's going to do a lot. That slingy, skiddy action, that slingy action which produces those skiddy deliveries, it does undo a few batsmen. If anything, he looks as though he's slowing up just as he gets to the crease, and that's maybe something that he needs to work on in terms of generating more pace. As you might see here, just as he approaches the crease.
Yes, just a couple of paces out, there is a noticeable change in the tempo as he just prepares to launch himself at the crease, and launch possibly a little bit strong, because he does. It's like ambling up, really, and we're looking at it from behind. Side on might look a little bit different. It may look as though he's actually generating a little bit more pace towards the wicket, but he's running away from us. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was more noticeable earlier in the season when he was bowling in the one of the games, the first 2 rounds of the competition, which were played in February. Yeah, when he was approaching, there was a noticeable deceleration as he got to the, almost as though he was measuring, well, if I'm going to cut the line, am I going to overstep or so? Perhaps there were some problems with no balls before, and he hasn't quite gotten that out of his system, but it's improved a little bit since February. He struck him on the pad here. A bad shot, but going down the leg side clearly.
Yeah,
and
I think
for
so.
Chase, who's looked comfortable against everyone else, certainly is skidding on to him.
He's not quite in the, mould of Malinga, but, someone who didn't look as though he was going to do, a massive amount, just proved so difficult. Hugely successful bowler.
I went just too far outside the off stump to interest Chase. Yeah, not like a Malinga, whose the angle of delivery also was very different, or a Sean Tate, for instance, was what they called him the wild thing.
Yeah, he never knew what was coming, far less the batsman.
Or the spectators.
Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoyed our visit from the young man from Barrackport East. One's a little bit too wide. We talk about getting young people involved in cricket early. Sorry, that's the end of the over.
157 for 3, yeah. Get them involved all the same.
Yeah, and anything that we can do to pique their interest early is a good thing. So all his school friends out there are excited and asking him questions about what was it like up in the box and what did he see and what did they ask you, and he said, I'm really sorry, but I forgot the names of my favourite cricketer from Barbados. So yeah, I hope that he didn't offend any Barbadians who are listening. He does know a few, he just couldn't pull them from the top of his head. Here's Khan.
I think there were a choice of so many single cricket.
Absolutely, yeah. 13-year-old under pressure.
Yeah, Jason Holder's a good shot though.
Rest assured that if we get the invitation to come to Barbados, we'll do exactly the same thing, and we'll have a chat with some youngsters from Barbados. And he mentioned that they hadn't been able to play any competitive secondary schools cricket because of the continued COVID restrictions. He's looking forward to the return. He's Khan again.
Yeah, curiously, young players have been able to play in the zonal competitions, but not once it's connected to secondary schools cricket.
Yeah, they haven't got the same kind of protocols in place, have they?
On drive, and that is flicked away into the gap for 4. That is Ruston Chase doing what Ruston Chase does. Yeah, it was pitched up, and let's see how he works this one. Yeah, just too full there for Imran Khan, and there's a gap between the mid-wicket region and mid-on. Pierced it beautifully for 4.
Yes, Video, that really was a good shot, because there are 2 men there. First of all, he's got to be concerned to make sure that he makes good contact and gets it past the man who is short and close in. And then the 2 fielders out there, he's got to get it between them. He did that perfectly. A quality shot. Khan just tossing himself a few practice catches before he runs in.
Chase really looking good here at the start. He's only been troubled by one delivery that went down the leg side, struck him on the pad from Hines. Don't think he's faced Hines before, so he might be a little bit different. They've gone for the quick single here to Gabriel, and he doesn't get the hat-trick of hits on the stumps. Didn't miss it by much though, Shannon Gabriel. End of the over, 163 for 3.
So with only 10 minutes or so before lunch, we can return to our scenarios. There's a look at the championship table. I'll let Video highlight that for you.
One of the closest races in recent history, just 6 points separating the top 4 teams, all 4 in a position to win this title. Barbados at the top, Guyana 4th place, 41.4. They're in some trouble right now against Jamaica, who are in 5th place and could actually rise up to 2nd or 3rd. Leeward Islands also in a strong position against the Windward Islands, and here Barbados in a strong position against TNT. So this table is going to change up a lot after this round.
So the scenario for Trinidad and Tobago is that they really have to take another wicket in this session.
Easily stopped by Khan, and as we're approaching the lunch break, just give you an update on what's happening in the other games. Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands at Port of Spain. Leeward Islands 333. We talked about that outstanding century at the end of the innings from Colin Archibald, his first class 100. Windward Islands 65 for 2 at this time, and Devon Smith is already gone for 35, and Kimani Melius is out for 9.
Up against it already, Windward Islands. Hines preparing to run in now.
It's getting the read on him now is Chase. And at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Jamaica 393, And Jamaica 114 from Jermaine Blackwood. Aldane Thomas 100. He got his 100. However, he was stumped by Imlak of Pumal just after that. So he was out and the innings came to an end there. Shortly after, didn't last too long. And just to give you some of the top bowlers there, do we have to mention it is Virasamy Pumal, 3 for 100, 3 for 96, 2 for 74 for Sinclair. He's been recalled to the team, and 2 for 39 for Gudakesh Moti. Guyana have just started their reply, 4 without loss. Tejnarayan Chandapal and Chandrapal Hemraj, the opening batsman. Flicked away. Oh, he dropped it in the air, straight at the fielder, who's gone down heavily here. I think he's injured himself. So the batsmen have great sportsmanship here. They've declined to take the run, and they're going to have to bring the physio on. Made a great attempt to catch that. It went down, and that's where it's at this point when the Barbadian batsmen saw that he was not going to chase down the ball. They realized there was an injury, and they sportingly decided not to take the run. Great sportsmanship shown by the Pride here, but concern with this injury to Uthman Mohammed.
Yeah, the first thing is that this is aerial, so there's a real chance here now. And the dive, yeah. I wonder if it's arm or shoulder. Well, he's moving. That's okay.
Yeah, seems to be okay now. Just a little grimace. Maybe he'll get the spray, need some water. It's not like football where you have this almost like a standing 8 count. You have to get off the field, compose yourself, and then come back on. We don't need that in cricket, do we?
Well, luckily, he hasn't done any real damage because he didn't even require
The magic spray?
treatment. Yeah, so maybe the landing just jarred something and thought, oh, this doesn't feel right. Luckily for him and for Trinidad and Tobago, he is okay. And it gives me a chance just to finish off on that scenario. We've had the Barbados scenario. Well, we've had the Trinidad and Tobago scenario, which is, take a wicket before lunch. That seems a real tall order. Now they'll go into lunch having only taken the 1 wicket, but Barbados, their first aim would have been to remove the deficit and then begin building a lead. So for them, things are going well. They only lost the 1 wicket in this morning session, and they managed to erase the Trinidad score, get past the Trinidad score and start putting something on for themselves.
Almost had a 2nd wicket there, but put down by Uthman Mohammed to his right. A valiant attempt to dive away to his right to take that wicket, but wasn't to be for him. And it would have been an important one. Roston Chase, who has looked very good since he's come out. Boy, did he hit that powerfully. It's very strong through that area.
Well, the previous partnership was 100 plus, wasn't it? Or just over 100. Trinidad and Tobago can't afford to have back-to-back 100 partnerships against them.
Edged and dropped at gully. 2nd chance going down in the over. That one was also wide of the gully, and he got a hand to it. Maybe he saved 4, but the chance has gone down. Edges dropping short. This one playing away from his body, and yeah, full stretch, 1 hand. More like a great stop than a drop catch, but it will go down as a chance. Over comes to an end, 164 for 3. But Hines causing some problems here.
Again, someone who comes on as 3rd or 4th change has proved to be, first of all, the most successful. He's picked up the 2 wickets and almost a 3rd there as well. Chase, a charmed life at the moment. difficult chances have gone down. You wouldn't say that any of the chances that have come Trinidad and Tobago's way today have been sitters. They would all have been described as well held, but that's the nature of the game, isn't it? You know, you have to hold on even to the very difficult chances. Here's Khan.
Shorter. Just didn't time it at all there, Roston Chase, and it bounced away pleasantly for Bravo to move across to make the stop. Actually, it was not Bravo, but Jason Mohammed to make the stop. And Khan pulled out because Bravo was still talking away. That's why he had to stop. The umpire just can't allow that to happen. Bravo was at a very short extra cover, just outside the right of your picture. There is Bravo. Let's hope he's going to take the catch when it comes along in that catching position. So Khan has to get in a couple of overs here where he keeps the batsman a little quiet. In the last over, clipped away for 4 and then a couple. Brief talk here between those two.
You see what I was talking about earlier on about sportsmanship or gamesmanship. You mentioned the sportsmanship there, and now we look at the gamesmanship, which is let's have a chat, let's check the pitch and make sure that we don't have another over before lunch.
Well, if Chase had got out to the boundary, it certainly would have gone that way. 11:58, just about 2 minutes to lunch here, and Khan has 2 deliveries, so I think definitely we're going to have
One more.
another one now.
Yeah.
One more burst from Hines. Flick that away, and Shannon Gabriel's after this one.
Not going to get it.
Helped off here. He was struggling to get out of the blocks there, Shannon Gabriel. Helped out by a man coming in behind him. That is Solozano was there.
And another chat.
What shall we talk about this time?
Yeah, the umpire just came up.
Who's
to
buying
the
the drinks
there.
later on?
There's that old Trinidad saying, they didn't come in town yesterday, you know.
Oh, I'm in town too long. That's the other saying.
That's a good one. Khan then.
It was
And
actually
a little bit more gardening.
there was actually a calypso made by the mighty Chalk Dust here in Trinidad. I in town too long, he says. Forward to it, and let's see what the umpire does. Yes, that is lunch. So enough gardening, and there it is. So lunchtime here. No burst from Terence Hines. We'll have to do the business after lunch. 166 for 3.
You know, part way through the over from Imran Khan, that another over is perfectly acceptable. You know that that's going to happen because he gets through the over so quickly. So you've got to find a way of slowing it down. So 2 chats in the middle, a little bit of gardening, and a little bit of gardening at the end, and that takes the time out of it. Okay.
79 runs in the first session of play here for Barbados for the loss of 1 wicket. So definitely, if they were in control after the end of the first day, they are tightening their grip on the game after this first session.
Yes, I think they would have been happier with a few more runs, but what really made it their morning has been the fact that they only lost the 1 wicket. Really good partnership, and if this one continues, this is likely to take the game out of the hands of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we have to see what happens when Trinidad and Tobago bat next, and before that happens, we have to see how long it's going to take before they can knock Barbados over.
So Barbados closing at lunch here at 166 for 3. Reefer's still there on 56. He came in at 32 overnight, and Roston Chase 27 off 50 deliveries. As for the Trinidad and Tobago bowling, Here's how it's gone this morning. Uthman Mohammed, who just had that injury a couple of minutes ago, he has taken the only wicket to fall for the morning, 1 for 31, 2 wickets for Hines yesterday, and that is all she wrote so far. Trinidad and Tobago using 7 options so far, but just the 2 wicket takers. So we leave you with the news that Barbados at lunch, 166 for 3 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and tightening their grip on this game over the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Bye for now. We'll be back with you in about 35 minutes' time. Let's take a look at. Welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Here it's WICB Championship, West Indies Championship match. The TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride here at Brian Lara. Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 133 yesterday. Barbados at lunch on day 2, 166 for 3. And Reefer not out on 56, Chase not out on 27. And the first time, here is Brian Charles from the northern end. Bowled from the southern end, the majority of his spell so far, Brian Charles. And now switched over to the top end. Just to remind you what he's done in the innings so far before this. 14 overs. None for 33. He's troubled Reefer. Troubled the batsman who was dismissed earlier, Jonathan Carter. Hasn't bowled at all to Chase, who's at the non-striker's end. Just keeping a little bit low, forcing him on the back foot a little bit here. Reefer. There's a slip in place, as you can see. Forward short leg. Short extra cover, backward point, and the cover point in Terence Hines. Also a mid-wicket in Imran Khan, so he pitches it short. The pull shot miscued to Imran Khan. Carey Peer is at the mid-on position. He is on the field at the moment. Took the outer part of the bat there, turning a bit more. Slower delivery coming in there from Charles, and really extracted a lot of spin past the first slip. That's been the story of the day for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. One catch that carried to gully was of Carter, caught for 41, but a succession of edges have gone down. There were 2 catches that went down in Terence Hines' last over. One flicked powerfully to mid-wicket, but was dropped, and another cut to the right of gully, got a hand to it, also put down. Charles bowling to the right-handed Chase for the first time. Works it off the legs, and will pick up one. Terence Hines comes off the boundary. Hines is going to trot in because he might be on next year. Troubled the batsman at the northern end. Will he be switched over to the southern end now? 168 for 3 at the end of the over. Will be Terence Hines to continue, so a switch here at the start of play on the second session here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force shot out for 133, 29 for Imran Khan, top scoring. 3 for 21 by Jomel Warrican. 2 wickets apiece for Graves, Simmons, and Jordan. So it's the right-handed Chase. Certainly was troubled by Hines earlier today. There was a catch to mid-wicket I mentioned. Well, now at mid-wicket is Imran Khan. Now there's no one behind Khan on the leg side. Now he does get the ball to move away from the right-hander with that slingy action of his, Hines. Let's see what he does here. With the cross breeze now in his favor, it's going to accentuate the amount of away movement he will get. So he's asked for a couple of changes in the field. Now, the mid-on has gone to an extra cover position. Khan, who was at mid-wicket, has gone to mid-on. And the fine leg, Karaya, has come off the boundary, and he is heading towards a forward square leg. So there's a big gap. Actually, they're now pushing Karaya into that mid-wicket position. Now, Chase is very, very strong in that area. So Karaya is patrolling there. But with the ball seemingly going to move away from the right-hander, 2 slips and a gully in place. And it's a no ball, but immediately draws a false shot here from Chase. Perhaps he heard the call early but he's drawn into a shot that will that's a lot of peril in it for him. 2 slips in a gully. There's also that point in Carry Pier, but there's also a deep cover, so that he's not going to get a lot out of that shot. Here is Terence Hines. Defended away well. Chase, very strong off his pads. He's played some delightful shots in that region, that arc between square leg and the mid-on position. All of his runs have come there. This, as we mentioned earlier, is one of the closest ever races for the title this year. It's just the single round format that has made it very difficult. Now there's a change going to be made here, and there is, just out of your picture, there is going to be a change because Joshua De Silva, the wicketkeeper, has gone off, and it is, well, it looks like it's going to be Keegan Simmons. Mentioned his goalkeeping acumen. Well, he's never seen him keep wicket, but here he is, going to be keeping to Terence Hines, who gets that ball to swing away. Not exactly the time that you want to lose your wicketkeeper, your best wicketkeeper. I'm not sure what's happened here. Here's Terence Hines. Well, I'm not seeing De Silva off the field below us, out of your picture again. So he is back in the dressing room. Perhaps there's a bit of treatment. He has been doing a lot of warming up, we saw earlier. Oh, that's a good delivery from Hines. Surprised Chase there. Little bounce. He is skiddy. It just comes on to the batsman a bit quicker than it looks. Surprised Chase, not for the first time in this innings. They're all vital sessions, but you get the feeling that this is going to be a very, very interesting session here, because if Barbados can get away to another 80 runs or so as they did in the first session, it could, and without losing a wicket, it could be game over. Gone through him and pulled him, troubled him the first 2 deliveries, and Terence Hines has only for the second time in his career taken 3 wickets in first-class cricket innings, yeah. And he's gone through and gotten rid of the dangerous Roston Chase here. What a delivery from Hines. Let's see what he does wrong here, the batsman. Well, it just held its line, basically, maybe moving slightly away from the right-hander and hitting the top of the off stump. And here he is doing that heart celebration as he has done for the innings. And what a moment here for Terence Hines. That is a great wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. I'm just mentioning that if Barbados can get away to add 80 runs or so in this session without losing a wicket, it would have been great. So, slight advantage for TNT perhaps as we go into session number 2. Hines has done the trick. Justin Graves has come to the crease, and here's what he's done in his career. 28 Justin Graves. 3 ODI matches, of course, for the West Indies team at first class level. Actually, he's just a run away from getting his 1,000 runs. So this is a nice time for him to come in here. So his single will take him past 1,000 runs in first class cricket. Averages 26.28, 105 50s. Many would remember him from as being part of this West Indies emerging players team that won the Super 50 in 2019. Wrapped him on the pad here, 2 noises. And Hines is causing some problems here. He's skiddy, he's slingy. Don't think the Barbadians have seen too much of, well, they should have seen enough of a type of bowler like this. Not quite as accentuated as, let's say, a Fidel Edwards. That one coming back into the right-hander. Maybe height was the problem there. It hit Graves fairly high. He got in a fairly good stride also. And to be fair, that Hines was not exactly interested in the appeal. So the man from the Arima area causing some problems here. Famous Calypso here in Trinidad. Trouble in Arima. Certainly he's brought the trouble from Arima here. And brought it to the boys from Bridgetown and environs. Three slips now in place and a gully for Hines. Here's the one. That's the more natural delivery for him to get it to move away from the batsman. The last one that hit the pad of Graves was coming in. So, real test here for the youngster. I say youngster, he's at 28, 47 first-class wickets, so averages 26.12 of the ball. Took up 2 wickets in this one, so he's just 1 wicket away from his 50th wicket and 1 run away from his 1,000th run. Very neat for him. Can achieve 2 significant milestones in his career in this match. Nice looking defensive stroke and the end of a successful over here from Terence Hines. His 3rd wicket, 3 for 16. And he got the danger man, Roston Chase, in that over. A lot more of a festive atmosphere around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy Stadium here. And 1 or 2 of the spectators bringing their own music. One of them has set up a Bluetooth settings on the outside. They're playing what we would call old-fashioned rockers. So it's all added to the atmosphere. The school kids are here. They're enjoying themselves. So with that wicket of Chase, he certainly would have been one of the wickets that TNT would have hoped to have gotten in this session here. Also, there's Shane Dorrit still to come. That's driven back very well. He's a very good fielder, Brian Charles. Stops that one well. That could have been a certain boundary. Enticing Reefer to come forward and drive. Just have one that he pushes through and varies his pace well. Let's see if he goes for the slower drifter. Oh, straight at the fielder. Off his leg. Yeah, that one just had to stick there. And his good friend Carrie Pearce suggesting him if he had just gotten his knees closer together, it could have stuck. Technically, that was a chance. It was in the air, came off the knee of Simmons. Drives uppishly and past Hines for 4. He was wide at mid-off there and a bit deep, and it just went past him and down to the boundary. Hands on heads moment here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Yes, you are seeing right. That is De Silva back on. And it is Simmons at that forward short leg position. Carey Pearce still on though, and that's because Gabriel is off the field at the moment. That's one. Hines is very deep here. That's why he's not able to cut off the single. So the end of the testing over here from Brian Charles. A half chance perhaps. One to Simmons coming off his arm, and then the other one just to the left of Hines. But he's riding his luck here well, Reefer. 62, 174 for 4. Some treatment here for the Barbados players. Physio on today. And who's it getting the treatment there? Well, it is the new man, Graves, who's on. What's happening here? He's taken off his pads already, and he's down on the ground for the moment. Yeah, there's Graves. I didn't see too much in terms of an injury. He's also taking the gloves off here, Justin Graves. I say, what's happening here? Well, it is the left leg that is the problem here for Justin. And the physio just rubbing what seems to be around the knee area. Just rubbing the knee area. That's what's seeing here. Shannon Gabriel is back on, and well, he is making the most of it. I think he's trying to call for a new batsman here. Yeah, I think he's calling for the stretcher. Shannon Gabriel just making light of Justin Graves' injury. None of 4 deliveries, as you can see there. He's just come in at the fall of Roston Chase's wicket. Well, Gabriel is just having all sorts of conversations with him. What is the problem, he's saying? The umpire's monitoring closely here because all of this is time ebbing away. And in fact, Gabriel was just touching his wrist as if to suggest, well, almost like a footballer whose team is down late in the game. Well, he's wasting time here, isn't he? Well, he gets a punch in the abdominals here from the physio. Not sure that's going to hurt Gabriel. Friendly punch, it looked like. Yeah, he's still letting him have it there, Gabriel. So, all fun. He adds a parting word here. So you better go off because I'm coming back on pretty soon here, Justin. Yeah. Don't let it be said that Gabriel didn't have his say. He wasn't warned. Don't let it be said he wasn't warned. Yeah, Gabriel's still having a go at them. We've had games in the past between these two countries which have ended rather controversially. There was a final back in the early part of this century at Guaracara Park, which the then president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board criticized the behavior of both sets of players. But this contest has been conducted in a much warmer spirit between the two nations. Several of these players have played for the Barbados Tridents and the Royals, and we've had the likes of Karen Pollard, captain the Barbados Tridents at one time, leading them to a title in 2014. And we've had Barbados players play here in Trinidad and Tobago. Kyle Hope opened for TNT for several seasons. So T20 cricket and the franchise cricket in general has brought a much friendlier atmosphere between the countries, which has been good to see. Plus, there have been some outstanding bits of sportsmanship shown by the Barbados Pride team. We talked about Simmons diffusing a situation early in the match, and also when there was the injury to Uthman Mohammed. Also some great sportsmanship shown. Here is Hines. Starts a bit too wide here. Silva has to tumble away to his left. If he is carrying something of an injury, not the kind of delivery you want to be keeping to. You can see Hines moving away there. That's he's getting some advice from his skipper, Imran Khan. It's a bit too wide here from Terence Hines at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force desperately trying to get back into this game, which will be a tall order considering they were bowled out for 133 yesterday. But they've gotten a couple of wickets today, and the dangerous chase gone, but Reefer still out there on 62, and we still have Shane Dorridge to come. And he would certainly have a little bit of an axe to grind here. He wants to advance his claim for a place on that test team, which is currently held by the Trinidad and Tobago player Justin, that is Joshua De Silva. Edged and past second slip for 4. Well, Terence Hines gets the edge, and that vacant position between second slip and gully, that has gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. I think that would have traveled straight to the third slip. Here it is. Yeah, he plays away from his body. That's a valiant dive there by Brian Charles, but even he, with his catching ability, couldn't get that. It would have traveled straight to third slip, maybe just to the left of a third slip fieldman. That's how far it was away. Will be encouraged here, Hines, that still Reefer's not playing entirely with his footwork isn't quite as good as you would hope to see from the Barbados Pride point of view. Even that second shot was playing slightly away from his body. So he will be encouraged here, Hines. Again, playing away from the body, but this time he gets great contact on that. The square drive has earned him 4 runs. And Reefer drives that beautifully into the 70s now for Raymond Reefer. And the hopes of him getting his second first-class 100 spring anew here. Good time to say hello and welcome back to Sheldon Rooks. How are you?
Thank you very much, Vidya. And I see that we've had another wicket. Must have come just after the lunch interval then.
Second over, in fact, and it's your boy Terence Hines that did it. Delivery that clipped the top of the off stump of Roston Chase, sent him back for 28. And that'll be over here, 182 for 4.
Well, we'd already examined the various scenarios in depth, and would have been nice before lunch, but just as well that he got him early before he got really set, and then built up that really big partnership that we were saying Trinidad and Tobago could do without. So new man at the crease then. He's only faced 4 balls, but he'll be on strike now, and they've sent Hines down at the other end to see if he can have some luck up there.
Yes, and he has.
It's worked out.
Yeah, in fact, with that slinging action of his, he gets the ball to move away from the right-hander from that southern end. It's going to accentuate it with the crosswind here, but He has had one or two to move away, but then he gets it to keep its line also. That's the one that defeated Chase. Played a bit late onto it, a little faster than he expected. Clipped the top of off stump. Powerful drive here from Chase. He is off the mark, and tell you what, that is his 1,000th run in first-class cricket. So he has gone past 1,000, and he needs one wicket for 50 in his first-class career. So significant moment for him. He's already picked up an injury, though. He was treated after 4 deliveries out there. Coming down the track, and that's well run by Reefer, as was on the run as he played that one to Shannon Gabriel.
You want to be careful, because we know that he's got a very good arm. He's 2 for 3 today.
Declined to throw that time. He would have made it 3 out of 4, I think. Shannon Gabriel has suddenly become much more, well, he's become more vocal. He was really hammering Graves when he was on the ground, asking for a stretcher to take him off the field and all sorts of things. And that's coming back into him, but outside the off stump.
That's what the man is there for. Just where he doesn't make proper contact and he just spoons one up. Or actually just turns it into him.
Solidly behind that, Graves.
Yeah, that forces you to play straight. You can't tuck it around the corner because there's a man there. So that's dangerous. Forces you to play much straighter. Good stop.
Good stop there by Carey Peer. Very good fielder is Carey Peer. Very good cricketer. Lucky he hasn't made it onto the TNT team just yet. 184 for 4 at the end of the over.
They're just beginning to nudge the scoring rate as well. Not by much, but it's a sign. You've possibly got batters who are going to look to put something on the board and just push that a little bit more. We'll see that as the innings progresses. Again, we can look quickly whilst it's the change of the over at 184 for 4. Okay, 184 for 6 looks a little bit different.
Yeah, it certainly does.
So, you know, not out of it by any means, but with every run, obviously with every run, the lead increases. That means that, you know, Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings will have to erase whatever deficit it is that Barbados post.
That's a nice stop there. Saved 1 run. Simmons diving away to his left. The lead is now, in case you're interested, is now 52. 51. Well, that should be another one there. Yeah, the lead has gone over 50 now, so there's his 52. Barbados 185 for 4. That's healthy already, and still only 4 wickets down.
Yeah, that's the problem. The 4 wickets. I think you can manage the 52 okay, but the minute that it gets up above 70, 80, you know, you're really beginning to be in the danger area. Trinidad will hope to. It's not even a question of knocking over the remaining batsmen. You haven't got to the stage where you knock a few over. They're only 4 down. 185 for 4.
And there's still a batsman called Shane Dowridge to come, and we know what he can do.
Really need to break through now, Trinidad and Tobago.
We mentioned Shane Dowridge. Has played, of course, Test cricket, 35 Test matches at first-class level. He has a pretty good record, Shane Dowridge. 114 matches, just under 5,000 runs, and averages over 33, just about 33 and a half runs per inning. So he is going to be a handful also on this batting track that A few alarms on the second day here. Just those bowlers that a little bit unusual tend to give some problems here, like Terence Hines. Slingy, skiddy action of his.
And to their credit, I think that Red Force and Imran Khan in particular have used their bowling options well.
There's one off the back foot here, Graves. Nice looking, pleasant shot. But well fielded by Khan. Yeah, they've used 7 options, haven't they?
Yeah, none of the batsmen have gone for plenty. No one's embarrassed themselves out there. There's been a good mix. And now that you know what your options are, as a situation presents itself, you should know who to go to take advantage of whatever situation you find out in the middle.
He's been very good. Terence Hines in this match especially. He's worked a lot on his bowling. Didn't look very threatening in that game against earlier this season.
He was almost through him there, you know.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Just rushed him a bit.
Yeah, very deceptive in terms of his pace here, Terence Hines. And Graves is going to have to be very careful. Reef has seen a fair amount of him, so he knows what to expect now. That's an elegant shot through the extra cover region off the back foot there from Graves. He limps through to the other side, but what a shot that was.
Well, you quite rightly pointed out the first time that he played this that it was an attractive looking shot, but this time he gets it right in the spot. There's a little bit of going on to the back foot, but he doesn't actually step back, give himself even more time and punch it there. It's that back foot forcing shot, but without the really big step back. He just stands up nice and tall, almost up on his toes when he punches that past the man, just to the left of the man at extra cover, but wide of the man at cover. Imran Khan it was, who watched it all the way to the boundary and had to jog after it, there being no spectators out there to help him out. I'm just sorry, just that little bit fuller. So he still wants to play it, but he realises that it's full, and he just has to lean forward and defend that one.
189 for 4 at the end of the over.
Down the ground, there's a man in the deep. It's Terence Hines who picks that up. Not quite in the deep. He's halfway back, really. Back on his stumps to play that defensively, just drops in front of the man at forward short leg. They come through for a single there. I'm not quite sure why Imran Khan wasn't able to stop that. Anyway, they come through for a single, and the score goes on to 190 for 4. That lead by Barbados is 57 now. creeping up there. He's down the track but plays it defensively. Perhaps Charles saw him coming and just pulled that down a little. Reefer trying to use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Maybe open up some more attacking options. This time just defends that out towards, well, angle the bat towards the offside, but it went to backward point. There's no run. 191 for 4. That time an even stronger defensive looking shot. He thought about the sweep shot afterwards, or just motioned to play it, threatened perhaps next time round. 191 for 4. 69 overs have gone. Reefer is on 73 and Greaves is on 6. None for 44 off his 18 overs. Brian Charles. Terence Hines has the ball in his hands now as he makes his way to his mark. We'll have another over from a man who's taken 3 wickets already. Going along nicely. Trinidad and Tobago would like him to pluck out a couple of more if he can. Anyway, he's running in now. It's just that little bit too wide to play at, and the umpire signals no ball as well. So an altogether unhappy first delivery, and this is 11th over. A no ball to start brings off 3 for 30. However, looks really good. I think Vidya was saying earlier on that this is his best. These will be his best figures. Good for him. Could pick up a few more here, Hines. One moving away after it pitched. He's got a nice looking run up, hasn't he? Really nice rhythm as he comes up to the crease, and then there's just that little bit of a slingy action. The action is not in any way questionable. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that it's not your classic high arm, is it? And it's not really pronounced. Just a hint of a sling. Anyway, he's got 3 for 30. Greaves and Reefer decide to have a chat, and the umpire at the far end also has a little chat with Hines, all nice and friendly for the time being. He's overstepped once as far as I can remember, possibly down at the other end once as well, but for the time being all in good order. Here comes Hines again. Again, that's movement away from the batsman after the ball pitches, but enough for Greaves to be able to leave well alone. No breeze at all now. We had a nice fresh breeze this morning, and at different times during the day the cloud cover has not really been threatening, but you just look up and wonder, could something come of this? Mercifully, we've been drizzle or rain free. Hines just aborted the run up there for some reason. Turns again and now gets ready to run in. Nice forward defensive shot there from Greaves, well over the ball, and it rolls out harmlessly to the man at extra cover. Who is that there? Is that Jason Mohammed? It is, yeah. His father is in the ground. I bumped into him. Well, not really, but we had a chat. Luckily, I was able to say that I think that he's one of the most attractive looking batsmen on the Trinidad team. I'm glad I didn't have to say anything negative about it. There's Hines again. Again, that's defended out to extra cover, and there's no run. Hines just bending over at the end of his run up to feel his right shin, I think. And he makes his way back away from us to prepare for what is the last ball in the over. It's been tidy from Hines, not threatening but tidy, and both batsmen have been watchful when they've had to face him, not least of all because they know that he's already taken 3. Here he is again. Oh, isn't it awful when you say they've been watchful and they have a huge waft outside the off stump? Luckily for Greaves, he didn't make contact with it. Well, I say luckily, if he had made contact, it depends on how good the contact would have been, but Hines fancied a nick on that behind to the waiting to silver. It didn't happen, and at the end of the over, it's 192 for 4. Reefer's on 73. He's faced 153 balls. Greaves is on 6, having faced 23. The lead is 59. Hines at the end of that over. 12 overs, 3 for 30. I think we're going to have more of Brian Charles from this end. Reefer to face at the far end as the field settles down now. One slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg. Defended into the offside. There's no run, just a defensive push out there. Yes, we've been really lucky with the weather. There was some talk of bad weather, didn't materialise as Charles bowls, and he's driven down the ground, but that's a good stop. Bravo, I think it was, on the stop, and he came in for a little bit of chat from the Barbados bench. They're just down to the left here, and as he threw himself and rolled, and a few words passing. Greaves back on his stumps and defends that out to the offside. It's the Silver who decides to exercise himself and runs out to pick that up. He returns it to Charles, who's in now. Oh, it's a huge hit. It's out in the deep. It's not going to cut that off, I'm afraid. Oh, would have had to have been a giant to cut that off, because it's actually gone for 6. Really got hold of that one. Got down on one knee, and he got all the distance and good elevation on it as well to put it over the deep mid-wicket boundary. I don't want to say cow, but it was heading in that direction, wasn't it? This time it's worked into the onside. There's a man at mid-on. It's Hines who's got that distinctive band on his left arm. I can't remember. Video was telling me it's something to do with a tattoo or something. Tattoo sleeve. I'm not sure why they call that. Anyway, that's the end of the over. The score's gone on to 199 for 4. Greaves is on 12. Reefer's on 74, eyeing a possible 100. Wouldn't Barbados like that? The lead is 66 now. Charles, none for 51 off his 19. It's been tough going, and that last big hit just pushed him over the 50 mark. The silver is just out of your shot, piling up the various helmets from short leg, and is it only one? And his own. I think there may be a couple there. Anyway, he walks forward now. Yeah, there. Change of bowling. Shannon Gabriel from the far end. 2 slips. We may stretch to call that the gully, or maybe 5th slip. Anyway, Gabriel prepares to run in. We'll have a nice look at him as he runs towards us and bowls just back of a length, and as Reefer playing defensively, more ball hitting bat than bat hitting ball. Anyway, rolled harmlessly to the man in the slips, and there's no run. Imran Khan finds himself at the backward point boundary fielder. I can't imagine that that's the best place for the skipper to be. Send someone out there, someone else. Or is it not? No, he's at mid-wicket. Beg your pardon. Misidentified him there. Here's Gabriel, and he decides to abort that. Just going to check with Ronnie. It is Imran Khan at mid-wicket, isn't it? Right. Okay, so who is it that's down at the backward point boundary? Yannick Karaya. Shouldn't be able to mix those two up. Different body types. I must remember to bring my glasses next time. The point being that you don't want to be that far out of the action if you're the skipper. You really want to be in and around the ring as Gabriel runs in now and bowls. Oh, he has a push at that. Really for a genuine play and a miss there. He plays down a different line now. Really for playing a better line in the replay. But in his own replay, but our replay shows exactly where he had pushed it. And look how far away he was from his body. He'll be upset when he sees that. No need to be fishing out there. It really did look like an ungainly fish for a top order batsman and someone who's got 74 on the board. And he's looking to take the bat away from that. He edges it in between the slip fielders, and it goes for 4. Well, fortuitous for him. Gabriel realises that not only did he pull him into a false shot previously, but with that one he actually got him playing and making contact with the ball, and yet it didn't go to hand. Some bad luck for Gabriel, but good luck for Reefer, who moves on to 78. The score is 203 for 4 now. Gabriel has bowled well. This has been a good performance from him. See how he responds now. He really has had some good on the spot balls today, and maybe that's a reminder why he has played at test level. He's got some quality. From time to time he'll spray it around, but not in this game. He's looked the part here, in particular when he's put in a few short balls. It was Mohammed, however, who really challenged some of the batsmen with his short bowling. Gabriel again. And that's a defensive push past the man. But at extra cover, there's a man at mid-off, and he fields. And they come through for 1. 203 for 4. 5 off the over. We were talking earlier on with Video Rampal about the tempo and the run rate, and it had gone from 2-3 to 2-5 and then 2-7 the last time I looked at it. Just, it's not a question of urgency, but something's just reflected in that run rate, and you're going to feel that they're just beginning to be able to pick off a few singles. The odd boundary here, we've just had that one maximum. Last ball of the over. Here comes Shannon Gabriel. Again, targeting the stumps, making Greaves play, and defensively he pushes that into the offside. There's no run. 204 for 4 after 71 overs. Gabriel, none for 25 off 11. He's worked very hard, and I have to compliment him on his fielding. I think I'll try and make up for having said that he was a little bit slow. He did have 2 really good shies at the stumps. 2.83 now, so we're just nudging up with the run rate there, as opposed to, you know, leaping upwards to 3.5. I wouldn't really expect that. 204 for 4. 70 odd the lead for Barbados, and as I said earlier on, 75-80, then it really becomes a bit of a struggle. And God forbid, as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned, that it should get 90 or beyond 100. Hard work. Charles in again, and welcome back to video.
Thank you very much. The struggle is real. 71, very, very real indeed. TNT will be certainly well aware that this is a very, very dangerous situation for them. Oh, he's taking it. Oh, that is wonderful by Brian Charles. I told you he was a wonderful fielder, and what a return catch that was. One of the best you'll see. Look at the celebration for the Trinidad and Tobago team. It was going away from him, and look at this. He has to react. He's going one way, and then, wow, he's almost off the ground fully as he takes that one, and he gets the 2-hand save. That is impressive from Brian Charles, his first wicket.
Yeah, that's an excellent catch, not just for the athleticism that we saw there. That was beautifully taken. It's always extremely difficult off your own bowling, but where the state of the match was, that partnership was going along nicely. Greaves was just beginning to settle. Reefer was well set, eyeing up 100, 79. When you get caught like that, it doesn't matter how you get caught, you're always going to be disappointed. But when it's such a good catch, at least you've got some compensation that that says I wasn't mugged out. That was a terrific catch.
Certainly was a great return catch. We've talked him up throughout the match about how great his fielding is, and some of our statisticians have been talking about him off the air. One of them, Rudy Ramesau, was telling me that he's only seen him drop 2 catches since he's been a youth player.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's a very good catcher, and really good evidence of that there. 1 for 51 his figures now. He's put in an honest effort. He's kept the runs down, and he's been a bit unlucky. There are a few edges that have gone close to fieldsmen, but this time he's done the business himself. So that will bring Dorridge, Shane Dorridge. I told you a little bit about Shane Dorridge, as you might know. His figures, 114 matches, 33.43, and he's just 52 runs away from 5,000 runs in first-class cricket. Not a bad start there from Charles, as Dorridge controls that well. Very careful trying to play round that front leg, because the man at forward short leg just waiting for the bat pad chance. Comes on the track and lifts that pleasantly over the head of the fielder. That's going to bounce away for 4. And what's all the fuss out there, says Dowrich. Second ball, I'm going to come down the track and hit you for a boundary. So there we have it. The two contenders it is for the place in the West Indies Test team, meters apart from each other. It's a big battle there. And it is very friendly between them because there's no animosity at all between those two. But it's just the fact that they are looking for the same spot on the team. Dowrich, a much shorter player than Charles would have been bowling to. Of course, the length is going to change here. So not only has he had to adapt from the left-hander to the right-hander, he swept to this one. It might carry to the fielder. No, it doesn't. Oh, he's dived away and it's gone for 4. That was the attempt there by Solizano to take the catch. It was always going to be difficult, spiraling over his shoulder. And he can't rope it in. It's gone for a boundary. So here's the chance. Solizano is backpedaling, and then, yeah, he just tries to put in the dive, but when he hit the ground, the ball had already escaped and gone over the ropes. So that's been summed up what has happened here for Trinidad and Tobago at times. They've gotten a few breakthroughs, so 3 breakthroughs for the day. Just to remind you, Barbados resuming overnight at 87 for 2. Reefer was 32 not out. Well, he is the last man to go for 79. So his hopes of a second first-class 100 dash there. Imran Khan is back on the attack here. And Charles almost taking 2 wickets in the over. Dowrich has come out with aggressive intent here, lifting the second ball away for 4. And the fourth delivery, sweeping at it, top edging, almost dismissed. He's up to 8 of 4. Khan, 8 overs for the match so far, none for 24. And if you're hearing the voices, you hear the name Sharky. Let's cut away by Graves, straight at the fielder. If you're hearing the name Sharky being mentioned over the effects mic, that's because that's his nickname, Sharky. Not sure how he got that nickname, but it's a nice one for a bowler. They will get the single this time. And Gabriel misses, so we're keeping a little personal. Well, that's not Gabriel, that's Uthman Mohammed. So he didn't hit. We're keeping a little tally of Shannon Gabriel's attempts at the stump. So far, he's 2 from 3. Uthman Mohammed has fallen down the order. None from 1 so far. So it's a nice nickname to have if you're a bowler. Nickname like Sharky or Killer or something like that. It's always puts a little fear in the batsman's mind. Problem is that Charleville, where he's from in Trinidad here, is very much inland. No sharks anywhere around, so very much the Charleville Shark. Here he is. None for 24 in his 9th over. You always know when it's the 4th ball of the over. Umpire Basra just points away to get confirmation from his partner. There is the end of the over. At the end of it, not a successful one for Khan. Stays at none for 24. 213 for 5 Barbados. And we're just about that time for the break for water. So we might, yes, we are at that time right now. So they're going to take a water break. They went into lunch at 166 for 3. So Barbados, 47 runs in the session. And they lead now by 80 runs. Here is the summary of the match. TNT all out for 113. Barbados 213 for 5. Reefer gone for 79. And right there, right now, Barbados lead by 80 runs. We'll take some water ourselves, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. So after the water break, 1 hour of play since lunch, and Barbados have progressed by 47 runs. Yeah, 47 runs, and they've lost 2 wickets during that period. So that has to be the best session for Trinidad and Tobago in their innings, getting a couple of wickets. Now, Barbados 213 for 5. Graves on 13, Dowrich on 8. And it will be Shannon Gabriel to continue. He's back at the northern end now. Had a 1 over at the southern end. Not quite happy, so he's back where he enjoys bowling from. Darren Bravo, just to his left, is having some words with him, giving him some advice. Here's the big man, 85 on his back. That's a lovely shot off the back foot by Graves, as elegant as you like. That's behind square for a boundary. Ordinary start here by Gabriel outside the off stump, but beautifully played once again by Graves, who just punches off the, just gets back up on his toes. He's played a couple of shots like that already. That won't please Gabriel at all, because when he first came in, Graves, after 4 balls he was injured, and Shannon Gabriel was hammering him about he should be carried off in a stretcher. Now he's on to bowl to him, and boundary first ball. Graves has remembered those comments. Two slips in a gully for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Backward point in place also. Here's Gabriel again. Well taken by the Silver down the leg side, one-handed. Covered a lot of distance there, the Silver. All sorts of little battles, subplots to this game. The two keepers battle to show the selectors who is in the better bit of form, coming up with the Bangladesh series looming. Screams from the crowd, "Come on, Gabriel!" Good delivery from Gabriel, and well played by Graves again. It's a popular figure around Trinidad and Tobago, Shannon Gabriel. Had that faux pas with his batting against Pakistan, of course. All forgiven. He's doing the business with his bowling. And I agree with Rooksy. He is carrying a little bit more weight now. But as he plays more and more, he's going to reduce that. But he is an imposing figure, isn't he? Massive thighs, big shoulders, and a big unit all the same. And he produces deliveries like that with that sort of pace. Slipped through the defenses here of Graves, luckily. Not far enough away from the off stump. Yeah, there it was. Maybe he stayed a little bit lower than Graves expected. Shannon Gabriel, early part of his career, played at a club in central Trinidad called Presal Sports, and was under the influence of former West Indies player Anthony Gray at one point early in his career. Gray celebrating his birthday earlier this week. Belated greetings to him. And today is the birthday of a very special player, Sunil Narayan. His birthday today. Happy birthday to Sunil. I see he was honored at the Queen's Park Oval yesterday. There's a sign now on the nets where he has practiced so many times over the years with his number on it. Number 74. Well, he actually has a parking spot also that's set aside for him. Just in front of the nets there, so he can park and look at the players. That's always going to be his. Edged, and that's past first slip for 4. A roar from Shannon Gabriel as that one goes through. It was short of the first slip fielder and has gone away for another boundary. So a 4 at the start of the over and 1 to end it off here. Here's how it happened. Graves feeling forward, played it with soft hands. That was never going to carry. Well, De Silva was left a little bit flat-footed there. That may have actually been... It was never going to be the catch for first slip, so that was going to be the keeper's catch. But it was a fair distance away from him, so might be carrying a little bit of an injury here, De Silva. So we'll monitor that for you. He came off the field early in this session, so that one not traveling too far away from De Silva.
Well, we saw him grimacing earlier on, didn't we? And then, if, as you say, he left the field for a little bit, then maybe he's still carrying something. Tough though, tough competitor. As he crouches down, waiting for Imran Khan to come in and bowl now.
Flight hit straight to the catcher. Yes, he's taken it, and that is the wicket. Hit straight down the throat of the mid-on fielder, and Dowrich goes. Disappointing for him. He's out for 8. Never settled at all, Dowrich, and is taken by the substitute fielder. That's Carey Peer. He's not going to drop those. Straight at him. He just picked him out, and Peer took it comfortably in front of him. So, another wicket going down here for the Pride.
Shocker, really, to be honest. A quality bat to just loft it up as though it were catching practice. I mean, sorry to ram it down his throat, because he'll know that as a quality batter that he's played a poor shot, but it's also with the state of the game, it just begins to give Trinidad and Tobago a bit of a sniff, and they feel as though they're getting back into it. You see the run rate again up near 3 now. They were just beginning to push things along without really looking as though they'd put their foot down. And if you come into the lower order, then you expect a few big lusty blows from those coming in, and a few from whomsoever the settled batsman is, who wants to have a few hits before he runs out of partner. So you normally pick up at the back end of the innings, but they find themselves 221 for 6. It's not quite the back end of the innings. There's still a bit of batting to go, but Greaves is on 21. Jordan is the new batsman, who I understand can swing the bat a bit as well.
9 wickets in the tournament for Jordan, but he's had more wickets than runs, just 6 runs in the tournament, so he's averaging just about 3. In his career, Akeem Jordan, he's also played for combined campuses and colleges and St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. 990, I'll make that correction, 170 runs. He averages just about 13. No 50s in his career. So he will just trying to hold on here for Greaves as they can push this lead up to 100 and beyond. Nice 3-figured number is going to be good for them. So Imran Khan has his first wicket, 1 for 24. He's very good at cleaning up the tail, Imran Khan, so I have to keep a look at this. Yeah, but I agree with you. Very disappointing from Shane Dowrich, and just the way he came out and he approached it. Second ball down the track, hit away for 4. Driven away in the air, past the fielder. That could run close to the boundary here. Nice sliding stop. Well, he didn't have to pull out the sliding stop. Solozano? Thought he was. It's just slowed down enough. Just 2. And then just going back to Dowrich, after that lofted drive for 4, which nothing was wrong with that. 2 balls later, almost caught. And then a couple of balls later, and another attacking shot straight to the fielder.
You've mentioned over the last day and a half the other battle going on, not just the match, but the other battle for the spot, for the West Indies. Let's watch that delivery. Is that in the back of his mind? I would hope not. I would hope that he's professional enough to focus on the job, in hand, as opposed to what might be happening in the future.
Exactly, for team and country rather than personal goals. That would certainly be it. And just to tell you what's happened here, in terms of that little battle, Joshua De Silva, 23 of 83 deliveries. Sweep shot, pull that out, and that's hit very well behind square for 4. And that is an example of what you heard about Jordan, that he can bat. Really swept that away well. 227 for 6 at the end of the over.
Well, I was also looking at the keeping aspect of it, not just to happen to score the most runs. That's the sweep shot, put that away really well. But also looking at just how tidy and athletic, acrobatic, if you like, Joshua De Silva has been. It's perfectly possible that Dowrich hasn't been tested as much. So it's hard just to say, look at the two of them and judge them on this one game. But if we were just to look at who was going to give West Indies a solid batting option, then definitely De Silva is looking stronger. They're having come off the back of his maiden 100.
Yes, he certainly has. Joshua De Silva. Here's Gabriel again. Flicked, not far away from mid-wicket. Well-controlled shot though. Bounced significantly in front of Khan. Will get 2 though, Graves. He's played some delightful shots outside the off stump, off the back foot, but plays in the air slightly. That's why there's that mid-wicket there. So lead up to 94 now, 6 away from getting to 100 here, Barbados. And from the time Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for 133, you knew that would significantly affect the way the rest of this game went. Barbados still keeping alive hopes of batting once here. 100 ahead. If they can push this to 150, possibly 200, it certainly would be this round 4 match would be the turning point in what they hope will be their chance to get a second consecutive title.
And it's the Red Force who were hoping that this match would be a turning point and they would come good. It hasn't quite worked out for them, I'm afraid. That low score in the first innings is going to put you up against it for the rest of the match. It would have required a really super effort with the ball here. Well, at 229 for 6, I can say that one has gone.
Oh, that's edged and gone over second slip for 4. Shannon Gabriel is just turning away and going back to the top of his mark. That's about the 3rd chance that he's had taken an edge and has not carried to slip. The first 2 dropped short. This one flew high over second slip.
We were saying that this morning. You get a few that drop in front, and you get a full-blooded, because this is a full-blooded slash at this. It goes really, really hard, and it takes off. There's absolutely no chance of anyone getting near it.
It also went over the head of the shortest fieldsman.
But it's the fact that he's got the edge again. That's the frustrating thing for him. He's searching for that in the hope that it will go to hand, and unfortunately for him on this occasion it doesn't.
Well, you've seen the funny side of it, Shannon Gabriel. Just outside of your picture, 1 or 2 of the spectators just harassing him a little bit. Just keep on going, you'll get it, they're telling him.
It needs 100, by the way.
Wow, that's a very good delivery from... Oh, there could be a chance at a run out! Got back in safely. Jordan apologizes to Graves at the other end. He was interested in a single.
He was a long way down. He was halfway down the track before he got sent back, and it was De Silva who came from behind the stumps to throw. It's a job that he's not normally called upon to do. throw from that kind of distance. Never mind, he gave a good account of himself, and it came close enough. And was back in his crease anyway, but De Silva had a shy at the stumps. Not quite the same kind of effect as Gabriel.
Down to the leg side this time from Gabriel. Yeah, and it is a no ball here from Shannon Gabriel. Lead goes on to 101 now.
Just that extra bit of effort.
Yeah. We've seen this a couple of times from him. Every time he puts in that extra effort, just trains a little bit going over the front crease.
And the reason for that is that his normal delivery will have his heel on the on that line. So when he gives it that little bit of extra effort, it doesn't take that much to go over. Whereas if he was to have half the foot, then he probably wouldn't overstep as much. It's a nice ball as well. But then he'll feel that every ball that he's bowling, he's half a foot short. So once in a while you'll overstep. The rest of the time you're going to be so close. And you do see the umpire, I mean, he's there again. Just goes and has a little look, remarks that, you know, that front foot line, as if to say, I am looking, so just be careful.
There are 2 subs on for Trinidad and Tobago at the moment. Carrie Pierre, who took that wicket, the last catch, he is at the mid-off position. And Isaiah Raja, he's at mid-on, so it's not Gabriel who's off. There's a slight hold up here. What is that? I think the Barbados camp just having a long distance conversation with Gabriel.
Yes, he looked in their direction, didn't he?
That's played down and well taken there by the gully fieldsman, and that's the end of the over. At the end of it, Barbados 234 for 6.
Well, the Barbadian bowlers will have seen not only Mohammed but Gabriel just using that short ball sparingly, but when they do, it is effective, and you could expect that in the next innings. I would have thought that they've seen it now and thought, hey, I want some of this. You know, that pitch responds, so let me see.
Certainly will, and one of them is out there right now. That's Jordan. So he's seen the damage it can do from in the camp. Now he's out there and seeing Gabriel and what he's done.
He's faced 5 balls.
Oh, just beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery here to Jordan. Turning it away from the edge of the right-hander. Shorter from Khan. Hammered straight out into the covers. Solozano's behind it. Haven't talked much about Solozano, but after missing out on his debut, they will get the single here. That's well run. Just a push and run there from Jordan.
Khan, the half teapot.
Yeah.
There. Because
he's never happy when they get runs like that off his bowling.
Well, there is a man at mid-on, and unfortunately, you know, the mid-on and mid-off fielders are there to stop one. You don't want them on their heels, and because it hadn't come to him for quite some time, there was just that hesitation. He wasn't quick off the mark, and they managed to take a single.
Cut away again, straight at the fielder. It's one bounce to Correa. Of course, he's been there enough to know about that second bounce. Comes in, might have spun away. Forcing shot off the back foot, similar type of shot that Dowridge tried, but got it in the air straight to the fielder. He was really trying to duck out of the way of that throw there, Graves. And to be pushed onto the way by De Silva. 2:35 for 6, Barbados Pride at the end of the over.
And just to end on that point about taking a single and where a single is available and the field, we had some school children in earlier on, and one of the things that they are coached from a very early age to recognise is that as the bowler is walking in, you expect that ball to come to you. Every single ball. And when it doesn't, then you switch off, you go back to your fielding position, you turn, and then you switch back on. But you should be expecting every ball to come to you. And that was repeated by none other than Jonty Rhodes. So if we talk about top-class fielding, Jonty Rhodes said he expects every ball to come to him. Then he switches off. And when he turns around, he's back on. Anyway, talking of back on, Shannon Gabriel.
Straight to gully. Bounce first, of course. Good take there by Simmons, Keegan Simmons there.
Ronnie Vikram Das is sitting alongside us. Our technical expert is so adept at picking out who it is in the field. I think I've got maybe 6 or 7 of them. The rest I have to borrow your binoculars or just ask Ronnie. That's the safest thing.
You don't even have to ask him.
He tells you, yeah, you don't have to wait. There's Gabriel again.
He reminds me of Bearders without the beard. Remember Bearders from BBC Test Match Special?
Yes, indeed.
Just no beard this time from Ronnie.
The bearded wonder. But he's the only one in the commentary box with a mask. He's probably growing a beard underneath there in secret. He is indeed. Oh, okay.
Don't know what he's hiding though. 2:35 for 6. 2 deliveries in the over already here for Shannon Gabriel. Now, Hines has not been on for quite a while now, so he might be thinking about coming back for a spell. Didn't come into the picture until almost after an hour earlier today. Driven away beautifully through the covers for 4. That is Jordan at his best. He's into hit the double figures now. Lead starts to grow. A huge ooh and ah coming out of the Barbados camp.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? I mean, you can be an opener and be proud of this shot. Oh, goodness me. We don't want to go back and call lower middle order, because with 6 down, that is where you are, and that really cannot be called the shot of a lower middle order batsman. And if he is, he must be a good one, because that was a beauty. Absolutely lovely. And the Barbados team loved it too. Screamed their delight, didn't they? Oohs and ahs.
Especially given their little battle with Gabriel. They've been giving as good as they get from Gabriel.
Yeah, it's a nice little tussle when it's all friendly, and even when it's a bit sharp, it's still perfectly acceptable. And Gabriel has been part of it as well. It hasn't all been one way. He's dished it out a bit when he's had the chance. We're probably talking about that tattoo sleeve that he's wearing as well. Asking him to reveal what's under there.
He's had a glare at the batsman before coming back to head to his top of his mark. So Gabriel has bowled. Make this his third over from the end. So the spells will get shorter and shorter as the evening goes on. The good thing about today, it hasn't been very hot. We've only had the sun out in its full glory for maybe about half an hour for the day. The rest of it has been overcast, so fast bowlers have appreciated this. We've seen spells from Gabriel, we've seen spells from Mohammed and from Hines, who we might see a little bit of later on. End of Gabriel's over. At the end of his over, his 14th, none for 44. Barbados Pride are 239.46. Let's update you on what's happening in the other matches around the around the West Indies Championship and across in Diego Martin Regional Complex. Guyana started strongly to Jamaica's 393. They are 77 without loss. Chandapal on 27 and Chandrapal Hemraj, he has just gotten his 50. So that's a good start for Guyana.
Yeah, bad news for the opposition, because once he gets going, there's no stopping him, is there? And that's the talk of bat long. Get yourself in.
Well, unfortunately, if you are a Windward Islands fan, it is not good news for you, because after Leeward Islands stunned them with a century partnership in the lower order, with their number 10 getting 100, Leeward Islands all out for 333, while the Windward Islands are now 128 for 8.
Yeah, so a massive struggle for Windward Islands again.
Turned away. They will look for 2 here. Gabriel was on his back foot. Well, he was having a little bit of a conversation with the 12th man, Raja, out there, and just seemed to be caught on his unawares there, Shannon Gabriel, so they get 2. Was a little bit to his left also. It would have been difficult for him to come in and cut off that second run, but going back to that Windward's match, Karen Kotoy on 42 not out. So he's looking for another 50, and Dennis Smith was with him. We'll get 1 here. So Windward Islands in all sorts of trouble. 132 for 8, and Leeward Islands 333. So still 200 runs away.
Yeah, the number 2 team in the table playing the bottom of the table team, who came off a bit of a hammering last week.
Silva took that well, really skipped around, used his feet well to get across to that. Yeah, his footwork has been good. He is a former footballer, of course, played colleges league football for St. Mary's, and so he's used to those very small steps that a keeper would use as a footballer, especially when the ball's coming to you. You don't often see footballers with long strides, do they? I'm sure Messi has never stepped over half a foot in his life. Balloons in the air. There were shouts of catch it, but he was never going to get anywhere close to that, Simmons. And there was no sound as though there was an edge. So Barbados have batted through 80 overs now, 242 for 6. They lead by 109 here. At some point, this is going to start to sap away at the Trinidad and Tobago team resolve. 242 for 6.
Yeah, well, I'd said earlier on that once it gets up to 75 or 80, you've got some problems to deal with. The likelihood of you knocking off 80 without loss is pretty slim. Normally 1 goes down. You're in trouble if you get 2. But once it goes beyond 100, then yeah, definitely some trouble. Not least of all because you only posted 132 in the first innings, and now you're being asked to do even more.
Cannon's back on the attack, replacing Shannon Gabriel, now at the northern end of the ground. More flight in that first delivery. Let's see how he approaches things from this side. Yeah, it's just bowling with the wind coming across him and slightly to his back now.
It's a shame that Red Force don't have the kind of runs to play with to defend, because Imran Khan has used his bowlers well.
Well, he cuts of that in the air and running away down to third man for 4. Away from the first slip fielder and also away to the left of the man at backward point, and Hines has to chase to retrieve. So Graves moves on to 34 now. Not fully in control of it.
Oh yeah, nice shot. Knew exactly where it was going, got on top of it, put it away well. I was just saying that he's used his bowlers well. He's rotated them. They haven't been just stuck down at one end. He's tried things, and he's tried a variety of bowlers. And 246 is not a massive score. The problem is your batting has again put you in a difficult position because you've only been able to post 132.
No run this time. They're out at extra cover. Now, the only bowler he has not tried today is Jason Mohammed. 5 overs for 6 runs. He's more of a part-timer, Jason Mohammed. Pulled away. That's past the fielder just in front of him. And that has gone to the boundary. Yannick Araya will chase that down. We just mentioned him. Boundary off the last ball of Cairns over. 1 for 39. He's now bowled 12 overs. Barbados 250 up here. 250 for 6. And here's how it happened. Yeah, that one.
Gimme.
Not much turn. Very short. And put away well.
Few things happened there. You put your own man in danger. Just release that little bit of pressure, and you see the scoreboard tick over, this time up to 250 for 6.
So this is, looks like Hines is going to come back on here. Is that, no, that's not Hines, that's Charles. They're about the same height.
Yeah, the only difference is the style.
Down the leg side to start off here.
I was going to say the only difference is that he's not wearing one of those tattoo bands or whatever, but he is as well.
Off the back foot, that's going to run close to the boundary here. They should get 2. Just slows up enough. Hasn't been lightning fast. They will get 3. It's well played by Jordan. That the West Indies will be coming up against Bangladesh in that test series. Shakib Al Hassan has been talking up his team's chances. He feels that physically they are one of the fittest teams in the world, but admits that mentally they're not. That's away from the fielder. Yeah, just too far away from Simmons, who's been close to a lot of these today. 1 or 2 striking the hands, a few striking the body. But he's a very courageous fielder. He never seems to flinch here. Just too far away from him. And again. Yeah, just Shakib Al Hassan saying we're working on our mentality. I think there's a fear of failure among us, something I'm sure the West Indies will try to exploit. Barbados slipped to Bangladesh 23 for 4, their recent match. Gets a hand to this one, Simmons, and prevents them from getting the single. So Charles now at the southern end, Can at the northern end. He should continue here. So the rotation of the bowlers continues. Much shorter spells now, just a couple of overs, 3 overs at the most. Shannon Gabriel bowled 3, he's off. Imran Khan now at the northern end. Conference between Khan and Jason Mohammed. Carrie Peer is also there. Carrie Peer, we mentioned him. He hasn't had a chance to play in this series at all. He's actually captained Queen's Park on a couple of occasions this season. Went into that big on drive. Just got the toe of the bat. Another run. They keep piling up the runs here. Lead over 120 now. And Barbados, especially when Craig Brathwaite gets going, they can get some big scores. They got 521 for 8 against Jamaica. Against the Leewards, also had 324 at Bridgetown in the first section of the tournament. Well, he's gotten the bails off here. Well, inquiry towards umpire Bassarat, but he was firmly in. He also had 291 against Guyana, and they followed that up with 266 against Guyana. So scores over 250. They've had at least 4 of them in this tournament. And a 5th. Not far away from Solozano, from Simmons. Yeah, a lot of hands on heads. We've seen that all the way throughout the day here for the TNT Red Force team. Let's cut away. Solozano's after this one, just 1. As we mentioned, Shakib Al Hassan's interview about mentality. TNT will have to show a strong mentality here. They are coming off that loss against the Leeward Islands. Certainly nobody expected in the TNT camp. That's driven over extra cover for 4. Another powerful shot here by Jordan. Moves up to 19 with that one. And Khan has given up another boundary here. 1 in the last over and another one. Hands on hips here for the skipper. 1 for 45 of his 13 overs. Barbados 259 for 6 at the end of the over. So Brian Charles about to continue here. Brian Charles. 22 overs, 1 for 65. He's bowled the most overs for the Trinidad and Tobago team so far. And he's bowled a variety of spells from different sides of the ground here. Oh, that's driven nicely through the cover region for another boundary. And this is off the bat of Graves, who's into the 40s now. Last wicket falling at 221. So 42 runs now, this partnership. Quietly, they've brought it up to that 263 mark. And the partnership starting to build here between these two, Graves and Jordan. 42 of 49 deliveries. This is the quickest of the partnership so far, almost a run a ball. Current run rate above 3 for the first time in the match. So they have started to put on the pressure here. Is this the partnership that is going to break the camel's back? Here's another one that's stroked delightfully through the offside for another boundary. So if TNT did not sense the change in mood here of these two batsmen, those two shots should emphasize it. As Graves up to 47 of 65. Nearing a 50 here. For this match, Graves has had one first-class 100 and 5 50s. Remember, he came in a run away from 1,000 runs. Well, he's gotten that now. Starting to build towards a second 1,000 here. This should be his 6th first-class 50. Charles, 2 deliveries. Bit too short and well played. That's better from Charles. I think he will be very disappointed with those first 2. And they've now put the point in. That's Correa. Yeah, that would have been a run with the previous field for him. End of the over here. At the end of it, 2 boundaries in that over. At the start of it, Barbados 267 for 6. Here the bowlers used by Trinidad and Tobago so far. Brian Charles, 23 overs. Yeah, the most dot balls, but 1 for 73. Shannon Gabriel, 14 overs. He's just a few overs away from his last spell. Terence Hines is due for a spell at some point. Utman Mohammed, 1 for 31. Has been good today. He's also due for a spell here. Imran Khan's going to continue with himself. Jordan has done well in this partnership. It's that powerfully off the back foot. That's going to run close to the boundary. Did he get that back? Solozano, that's gone for 4. Signaled by the umpire. There it is. A delightful shot off the back foot. These two batsmen have been punishing on anything of that length. They've just gotten back onto the back foot and played it beautifully through the offside. Jordan 23, Graves 47, and the run rate climbing all the time here for Barbados, so momentum shifting away further from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Couple of balls remaining in the over. Khan needs to find a solution. He needs to break this partnership. It's a slight moment of miscalculation, not fatal though. Who's he going to turn to next? Charles has given up a couple of boundaries at the other end. He's been leaking boundaries in his over. Is he going to go back to the seamers here? Another run. Well, this ball is now 85 overs old, 270 for 6. So Khan's going to continue here with Karaya from the far side. So Karaya on one side. Khan might continue with himself from the other. We haven't seen Hines or Mohammed for some time. Now remember that the new ball has been due for 5 overs now. So maybe a final tilt here for the spinners. And if then he's going to try to see if he can wake things up or refresh things for Trinidad and Tobago with the new ball. Very, very cool here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And Barbados have progressed well throughout the day. Started earlier today at 87 for 2. At lunch, 166 for 3. Lost 3 wickets since lunch. But the scoring rate has certainly increased. Oh, there's a sign that the scoring rate has increased. They're getting more expansive here, these two batsmen. Jordan didn't get a hold of that, but just gets one. Just a little bit wide of Simmons feeling out in that position. Cut away, straight at backward point though. We may see Jason Mohammed coming in to bowl next because he's been doing some warm-ups just on the edge of the boundary. So might have gotten the signal from his skipper that he's going to bowl next. So if might see one more over from Khan at this end, another from Karaya at the other, and then Jason Mohammed might be coming in. Straight at Solozano again. Carey Pierre is still on. Shannon Gabriel on the field. I think Carey Pierre is on for Uthman Mohammed. Now remember, he did fall heavily earlier today. Pulled away. No one out in the deep. This is going to be a real chase on here. Bravo has just pulled it back. They've taken 3 runs here, and that is going to be the 50 for Justin Graves. That is another 50 for him at first class level, and Graves has had his 6th first class 50. How he'd love if he can hold on to get his 2nd first class 100, but a great effort from him, and it's come up in quite a quick time. Graves 50 off 71 deliveries, Jordan 25 of 30, and these two have turned the screws here on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Very positive batting from this pair. That's straight to the fielder this time. Nice tumbling stop there from Solozano. Peels off the edge, and that is going to run away from the fielder, who has no chance there. Solozano of pulling that back. And Jordan's chancing his arm here, and he picks up another boundary. He's up to 29, end of the over, 280 for 6, and here's how that last boundary happened. Frustration for De Silva and TNT. Yeah, it's just through that gully region, and Solozano, yeah, he was never going to catch up with that. Would have needed another 50 meters to catch up there. The partnership 59 of 66. This is definitely the fastest one. I think one of the real backbreaker for TNT has been that third wicket partnership between Carter and Reefer that put on 101 runs. Carter getting a very good delivery before he was dismissed for 41. Here's Khan to continue. Wrapped him on the pad. It's been turned down. That's the one. I don't think you read that. It may have been the one that goes the other way. Let's see from Khan here. Yeah, just straightened. Bat first. And again. A little bit slower through the air here, Khan. Putting the pressure on the umpire. The full teapot, as Rooksy likes to put it. Yeah, that one clearly coming off the bat onto the pad. Troubled him with the next delivery. Might see Jason Mohammed coming in at on this side. He was doing some warm-ups. Will Karaya continue at the other end? Just in terms of options, we have mentioned that Uthman Mohammed off the field, Carey Pierre on for the TNT Red Force. That's going to be a big miss if he can't continue. Balled him, gone straight through him. Thought this one was going to turn away from the stumps. It went the other way, and Graves has lost his middle stump here on 50. It's been a good innings from him. It's led the revival after a couple of quick wickets, and that's the end of Graves. He's gone 280 for 7. Here's how it happened. Troubled by the last 2 or 3 deliveries from Khan, and this one, yeah, just straightening, and he played it on. It onto the leg and then bouncing off the mid-stump. One that he was attempting to pull away, and that is tea here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and success for the TNT Red Force as they go into tea. At the last water break, 213 for 5. They now go in at 280 for 7 with Graves dismissed. At lunch, the Barbados were 166 for 3. So a very successful session in which they got 114 runs, but they lost 4 wickets during that period. So acceleration from the Barbados team, getting the runs, but also losing 4 wickets. Very interesting last session coming up here today, as Barbados close here at tea at 280 for 7. We'll be back with more in about 15 minutes' time. Back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is session number 3 on day 2 of this West Indies Championship match, TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride. There is the match situation, Trinidad and Tobago 133. That happened yesterday. Warwick 3 for 21, Can 29. Not much in terms of the contributions from the TNT team. As for Barbados, 280 for 7 at T on day 2. Reefer 79, Graves getting his 50. He was last out. Last ball just before tea. 280 for 7. Barbados lead by 147. That's the situation here. And here is Imran Khan to continue. Here's Khan. So that was the last ball of the over. And at the end of that over, 280 for 7. There's Miguel Cummings in for Barbados Pride. Still to come, Jomel Warrican and Ramon Simmons. Jomel Warrican is padded up next to come in, and Ramon Simmons after him. So, options here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And it is going to be Hines here. Now, the new ball has been due for some time. 87 overs, due some 7 overs now. Actually, we're having a look during the tea time, and there was, I think there was a signal. Well, there's the situation with the weather. Gunmetal grey cloud, if you want to describe it that way, between the two lighting towers here. Hopefully we won't have to use those. Yes, it's been great throughout the day, hasn't it? It's been great conditions for the players. Very hazy because of the Sahara dust all around Trinidad and Tobago. But it's going to be Hines. And I believe the new ball has been taken. I saw the umpire with his hands up a moment ago. Looks like Hines is going to take it. So TNT going for the jugular, trying to knock off this Barbados team and their last 3 wickets here. That was put down. Yeah, hit back to him. A very difficult chance for Terence Hines, who had the opportunity to get his best figures in first-class cricket if he had taken that wicket. And Jordan, who's on 29 and has batted well, 5 boundaries in there. See what happens here. Just hit it back straight to him. It was to his left hand. Weaker hand, and couldn't hold on, Terence Hines. But made a good stop all the same. I might have gone away for 4. Terence Hines has 2 wickets now, 3 wickets, and edged, and almost another one. Just short of the second slip fielder, Brian Charles. So Hines has come out immediately here firing. Here's how the edge happened. Yeah, playing away from his body, just short of the first slipper. And even Brian Charles driving across, trying to make something of the catch. It was short of him. So that was clearly about 5 or 6 feet short there of the first slip. Again playing away from his body. This one might go to the boundary. Didn't quite get it. Karaya is going to track this one down as they take 2. Outside the off stump there. So when Hines is on, things happen. Drop catch, edge that falls short of the slips. One that's struck away. So that'll bring Jordan's back on strike. Just 31 now. Very woody sound, that one coming off the bottom of the bat here. The lead for Barbados now after 149. So it's up to... so it's now about damage limitation here for the TNT Red Force. Edged and taken by the keeper. Yes, it's all happening during this Terence Hines over, and he now has his 4th wicket. That would be now his best figures in first-class cricket, and Terence Hines, who's had 4 wickets before this match, coming into first-class cricket, here he is getting his 4th, and guilty again here, Jordan, of playing away from his body, but that late movement that Hines does in fact generate, and there is the heart celebration. Wicket number 4 for him. Jordan gone for 31. Sure, the spectators enjoyed that, and they're here for the match. Spectators have come in to see the game, and I'm sure they enjoyed that catch by Joshua De Silva, diving away to his right, taking the catch of Terence Hines. So that's congratulations to Hines. He's now had his best figures ever in first-class cricket. First time he's taken 4 wickets, and they were here to see it. So the spectators coming in. It's free attendance for these matches. The problem has been this stadium, while it is a wonderful, magnificent facility, you really need to have a vehicle to get here. It's on the Sir Solomon Hochoy Highway here in Trinidad, and it's not very close to any settlement, so you have to drive here. If you don't have a car, it's rather difficult. Also difficult for workers who are in the area. So Jordan's 31. Well, Warwican has now come in, and Cummings at the other end. He's facing up for the first time here to Hines. Down the leg side. And Hines is, I'm sure, sensing the possibility here of his first fifer in first-class cricket. Hines very close there, just beating the inside edge of Warwican's bat. Cummings, in fact, number 41. So Warwican will now be facing up. He's at the northern end, and Cummings at the southern end of the ground. So Hines 4 for 32. Just to give you an idea of his career before this. 8 matches, his best before this, 3 for 51. And the wicket column, not a lot. 8 wickets before this, average 57.12. Well, after this match, that is going to improve significantly. 4 for 32 now for Terence Hines. Cummings yet to score. Warwican at the other end to face up. Right-hand bat, Warwican averages 11.81 with the bat, and he's facing up to Imran Khan. So in that session between lunch and tea, Barbados losing 4 wickets for 114, and now another. Oh, that's hit wonderfully straight there by Warwican. He's not messing around. Khan enticing him to drive, and he's driven that one very well. Back over the head of the bowler for 4. I've given the batting figures of all the batsmen to come in, so we won't do the disservice to Mr. Warwican. Bit shorter there from Khan, easily driven away. Has played Test cricket, Jamel Warwican, 13 matches in all. Averages 11.64 at Test level, 163 runs. Well, at first-class level, he's nearing 1,000 runs, 933. Average very similar to his Test average, 11.81. He does have a 50 in there. 71 he got in first-class match. Has a 41 at Test level, so no mug with the bat. Oh, sweeping of that one. Well, De Silva made no attempt to catch out. There's Isaiah Raja, one of the substitutes for the game. A couple of the technical staffers there for the TNT Red Force camp. Raja's been on already for the day. There's been a succession of injuries here for TNT today. End of the over, 287 for 8. And that was Can, 2 for 55. And we will see Terence Hines come back on the attack. So real possibility of a fifer here for Terence Hines. It's going to be a proud moment for him if he is able to achieve it. He's at the, I'm sure he's thinking about that right now. Of course, the bigger goal here for him is to get rid of these last two batsmen for the Barbados Pride, end the damage as much as possible here. 154 runs. It's all about damage limitation. How they would have been hoping the TNT Red Force to get Barbados out cheaply. That has not happened at all today. Yep, naughty looking shot there from Warrican, playing far away from his body. Bravo's shouting all sorts of encouragement to Hines. 4 for 32, Hines. Hines back at the top of his mark. Down the leg side, striving for that full delivery, trying to attack the stumps here of Warrican, but pushing it too far down the leg side. Now what's Miguel Cummings done with the bat throughout his career? Well, he's averaging 7.6 at first class level, 542 runs, no 50s and no 100s. 90 matches though, a lot of experience playing for Kent and Worcestershire. Well left there by Warrican. Warrican played away from his body the first ball of the over. So Hines is going to try to take that away from him and hopefully get an edge to the slips. And then again, he's going to pitch it up, look for that Yorker length delivery, perhaps to get the LBW or to get it through the defenses of Jamel Warrican. Deflected away well. De Silva is going to chase this down, but it might be a losing chance. Well, he does well to pull that back. Joshua De Silva chasing it with pads and all. Has done well to pull that in. 3 runs for Jamel Warrican. Well, that's a good chase there by De Silva. Yeah, his teammates certainly appreciated that. Keeper doesn't have to chase down a lot of balls here, but he did on that occasion. No fine leg in place. Well, if anything's going to wake you up after tea, that will certainly do it. Just to confirm, the new ball has not been taken just as yet. So Hines still bowling with the older ball, as is Imran Khan. Big appeal there from Hines, not supported by anyone. Clearly going down the leg side. Cummings' best effort in first-class cricket is 29. As for Warwick, it's 71. If they get anything close to that, that's going to be very good for Barbados. Well, not far away there from Hines, but good judgment shown by Warwick. That's the end of Hines' over. 4 for 35. He's now bowled 14 overs. That's 90 overs all the ball is now. Just to keep track, Barbados 290 for 8. Barbados have had 2 innings over 300 for the season already. One of the bats is the Barbados Pride crest on the helmet. So you can tell whose team that is, that camp that is. And the bat. And I can tell you that that belongs to the number 11 batsman, who is just waiting to come in, Ramon Simmons. Yes, Can. Maybe a few question marks here as to why TNT have not used the new ball before this. It has been due for the last 10 overs, so why not use the new ball and with one of the fastest, if not the fastest bowler in the Caribbean in your team? And in addition to that, you also have Terence Hines, who's taken 3 wickets well before this spell, now taking a 4th. And there was also, well, Uthman Mohammed has now come back on, so he looks like he's going to be okay to continue. Wonder if he can bowl. Well, if he's on the field, obviously, should be able to bowl, because he is fielding in the deep, so he's not going to be put out there to throw in. Now the field that closes in here on the number 10 Warwick wasn't quite ready there. Can's eager to get at him. Oh, well, he's not going to mess around here. That's pulled away for 4. That's the second lofted drive he's played. Well, this one more of a pull shot. And they're heading up towards their third 300-plus score of the tournament. They had 521, just to reiterate, against Jamaica. 324 against the Leeward Islands. And 291 against Guyana. Playing that one very late. Well stopped there by Brian Charles. End of Can's over, 2 for 59 Can. So Terence Hines is now going to be bowling his 3rd over. Picked up a wicket in his first. So just Ramon Simmons to come. Miguel Cummings yet to score. Jomel Warwick, 2 boundaries in his 9. But the damage really has been done here. That 3rd wicket partnership between Carter and Reefer, 101 runs. We've had a succession of smaller partnerships after that, but that's where it really went away from Trinidad and Tobago and their hopes of knocking over Barbados cheaply. Reefer 79, Carter 41. Since then, Chase 28. Graves also got 50 before he was bowled. Defeat here for Trinidad and Tobago would certainly be a massive dent in their chances of lifting their first regional title since 2005. Oh, he struck him on the pad. Here is a big appeal. Well, Hines is left disappointed. Thought he had his first 5-wicket haul. Turned down by umpire Bassarat. How close was that? Was there a noise onto that? Left very disappointed here, Terence Hines. Looking a little sulky as he walks past the umpire, not even looking at umpire Bassarat, still shaking his head though. Very, very close to wicket number 5. You can almost taste it right now, Terence Hines. There's been some improvement in his bowling. Now looking more stable as he's running towards the crease. Also that slowing up. He's still slowing up slightly as he gets towards the umpire, but not as pronounced as it was early in the season. He's running through the crease a lot more freely. So increased his pace over the couple of months since the last round. He's appealing again. Clearly was some bat. And he's hit the stumps here. Yes, he's got him. That's a run out. And Imran Khan doing the business. Picking that one up and turning and smartly getting the run out here. So that is 9 wickets down for the Barbados Pride. And it is... Man at the non-striker's end. Cummings pushed it, went for the single, and he has found himself short here. He's run out. Run out without scoring. And he has to go. That's a great bit of fielding there by Imran Khan. So Ramon Simmons is the last man in, took 2 wickets in his first match here in Trinidad and Tobago as a senior player. 2 for 24 he took. Now he's in to do the batting here for his team. Last man in, number 11. He's batting with Jomel Warrican. He's played a few lofted shots already. Miguel Cummings pushing one to the onside. Went for the run and good pick up and throw from Imran Khan. Don't let anybody tell you that he's 37 and he's slowing down. That's not happening. Hit the stumps from maybe seeing a stump and a half there from that position. TNT players have hit the stump several times in the field. So Karaya coming in at the first slip position. Charles is at second. Well, he's hit that high into the air. Yes! That's 5 wickets for Terence Hines. Celebration for the man from Arima who's had 5 wickets for the first time in his career. Wraps up the tail here for Barbados, and that is the end. Barbados falls short of getting to that 300 target, and Warrican chances his arm once too many. He's been caught for 9, and that's 5 wickets for Terence Hines. Congratulations to him. So 294 all out. And the Red Force have gotten rid of the last 2 batsmen here. Barbados coming in at tea at 280 for 7. They've lost their last 3 wickets here for 14 runs. So the innings has been completed. And Barbados with a substantial lead, though. That's going to be trouble. Going to be some problems here for the TNT Red Force. At least they've gotten Barbados out for less than that psychological barrier of 133. So 161 the lead, and that's what the TNT Red Force will have to wipe out first before they make Barbados bat again. That's the situation in the match here as the innings has come to an end. Join us just about 9 minutes as we go on for the remainder, the TNT second innings. start of the Trinidad and Tobago innings as we welcome you back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. TNT 161 runs behind. Jeremy Somozano batting at the northern end, at the southern end starting off. Keegan Simmons. And Wilkins had a great time. Keegan Simmons out for a duck in the first innings. Third ball knocked over by Jordan. Somozano was caught by Carter. Second slip position for 6 in the first innings. That's where Cummings will be aiming at. Looking shot, and that's a no ball to start off here. So the no ball and some runs to go with it. Couple for Solozano. Trinidad and Tobago's scores in the last couple of matches may not inspire a lot of confidence. 271 they got in their second innings in that 187 run defeat against the Leeward Islands. Pariah getting 100, so but in the first innings knocked out for 140. On the pad here, big appeal from Cummings, but even as early as he started to appeal, he was also starting to walk back. Not convincing at all from him. The one really good batting performance was from TNT against the Windward Islands, who are at the bottom of the table. 326. They bowled out the Windward Islands for 98 and 186. Even in the first game, there was a low score for TNT, 273 and 81 for 7, chasing a victory target. Again, wrapping on the pad. For Solozano, there is a leg slip in place. 3 slips of Collie. Fielder at point in Roston Chase. Short extra cover in Craig Brathwaite. Cummings back to the top of his mark. Then that, call him a forward short leg, more like very short square leg in place, with the helmet on and the full padding. So within the first over here of the Trinidad and Tobago reply. So based on their record over this, the first 3 rounds of the competition and the first innings here, there have been low scores within this Trinidad and Tobago team. There's a huge capacity for collapses within the Trinidad and Tobago team. They lose wickets in bunches at times. Going back to the end of the innings there for Barbados. They lost 3 wickets going down for just 12 runs. That's after a 59-run partnership between Justin Graves and Hakeem Jordan that TNT would have wrapped up. Lost 3 wickets in just 5 overs after they came out from tea. End of the first over, and at the end of it, 3 without loss, the no ball and the double for Solozano. That will bring Keegan Simmons back in strike. His third game of the season, has played the 4 innings already, just averaging 14.24. Not a lot of runs, 57 runs for the season. So it's one where he is playing for his place here. Ken Webster dropped after the last game. Someone thought about playing at that one. It is Jordan, the man who knocked him over in the first innings, just one to straighten and flatten his off stump. And he's back on again, looking for a second bite of the cherry. But Jordan just playing his second match for Barbados Pride. 9 wickets already in his short career. Had a very good start with 7 wickets for 139 runs against Guyana in that loss, where Guyana, Tejarine Chandapal and Gudakesh Moti coming to the fore with centuries against Barbados. Keeping it a little bit low, just going on the bounce there to Dowrich. Dowrich, I'm sure, has pushed off the disappointment of being dismissed so cheaply in this match. Well, I'm not sure he wouldn't feel quite as disappointed if his Barbados team do go on to win here. You feel that a win for Barbados will put them in a great position to go on to retain their title. Played beautifully off the back foot there. And he's punched out into the offside, and that's going to cross the ropes. Reefer chased that down as much as he could. Didn't get close enough to pull it back with the foot. Off the back foot, away from his body. Yeah, he had to make up a lot of distance. Great shot, and still chasing here. At this point, it starts to slow down, and even though Reefer's catching up on it, yeah, he just couldn't do much with that. Nine wickets for Hakeem Jordan, and 17.33. Good average in his young career. Fairly economical, 3.23. And already boasting a strike rate of 32.1. That's quite good. He's played a lot of list A cricket, though. 45 wickets in that time. Too far down the leg side. Apologizes to his captain, and the over comes to an end. 7 without loss. One really splendid shot there from Simmons in the over, which he got for 4. So at least he's not going to get that king pair. I'm sure that's the first big relief for him. If you get a duck in the first innings, the last thing you want is to follow that up with another in the second innings. Problem has been for Trinidad and Tobago that the lack of partnerships. After Solozano and Simmons, Bravo has been struggling mightily. 8 of 49 deliveries. He is due to come in at 3. Well played by Solozano. Jason Mohammed has not fired in this competition for the TNT Red Force. Karaya's had a hat-trick. He also had 100 in the last game. The Silver got 23. Then you're looking at Khan, Terence Hines, Brian Charles, Utman Mohammed, and Shannon Gabriel. Clipped away. That's going to be a boundary. Through the mid-wicket area. Yes, it is slowing up. Well, it's actually not going to go for 4. It has slowed up. And the batsmen have completed 3 runs. The way he hit that, you felt that was certainly going to go to the boundary. It's not as fast the outfield here as it has been at some of the other venues, at Diego Martin and, of course, at the Oval. Full value for your shots. But a bit more rain in the Southland certainly has slowed things down over the past couple of weeks. Keegan Simmons, the left-handed batter. 2 left-handers to start off for TNT. Yeah, just trying that Yorker length delivery here at Simmons. Young batsman still ready to establish himself in this Trinidad and Tobago team. Barbados would know that he has it's been a revolving door in terms of that opening spot for TNT. Solozano has more or less established himself. He is short of runs, but at the other end there have been problems. Oh, what a good delivery that was by Cummings. Surprised him there, Simmons. Did well to keep that down. Is that fielder at that short square leg position. See how he approaches this one. He's batting on that mid-stump guard. Cummings coming round the wicket. Yeah, it got big on him very quickly. Played it well. Yeah, he just lets that go. Warrican was just stepping forward. What's he going to do here? Warrican and then Greaves. So now Greaves has moved back to where he was. Let's see where Warrican's going to go. Is he going to go to a short mid-wicket position here? So there is that short square leg. Warrican just a shade behind him. Of course, he will stand where you can see the batsman. Short mid-wicket in place. That runs through the vacant gully position, and that's gone for 4. Through the slip cordon to be exact. That's a boundary there for Simmons. All along the ground. No hint of a catch at all there off the bat of Keegan Simmons. Simmons, the latest in the family of Simmonses to play at first-class level. Phil Simmons, now the West Indies coach, played for Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies. Then Lendl Simmons, who is pretty much has been out of the picture at first-class level for quite a while. In his mid to late 30s now, Lendl. And this is the third generation here. Keegan Simmons. I believe that Lendl is his uncle. Cousin, perhaps. Yeah, cousin is more correct. And as you can tell, it's a family of sports-mad people. Lendl named after Ivan Lendl, the famous tennis player, and Kevin Keegan. His name given on to this youngster, Keegan Simmons. End of the over. 14 without loss. There's the supporter group there for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Yeah, it looks rather lonely, doesn't it? Yeah, they have their boom box up and they're playing all sorts of music. We were hearing some disco tunes we haven't heard for centuries way to the left of us. I think we would have heard Donna Summer's Silver Convention and some of those big hits from the 1970s. One of the younger members of the technical group asking, who is that Keegan you're talking about? Kevin Keegan, of course, the very famous player who would have played for England at international level, Newcastle, always managed Newcastle, and played in Germany for quite a while. Good delivery here from Jordan. Not much of the movement we've had as in the first half an hour of the game. There was a lot of movement. So many might still be questioning that decision by Trinidad and Tobago to win the toss and decide to bat first, because they really did collapse in a heap on that first day yesterday. 133, 54.2 overs. Less movement, certainly not the same kind of... Well, the umpire is just walking down the pitch here. Yeah, he's just polite, very politely has told Jordan about him running down the pitch. Yeah, and he's just showing him the area that he needs to stay off of. Jordan coming round the wicket, so he tries to stay as close to the umpire as possible here. What a great position to be in here for Barbados. Points table will show that they are ahead. 47.2 points coming into this. As we mentioned all the way through this broadcast, 6 points separating the top four. Straight to gully at the first bounce. But with Barbados picking up points, they picked up points, a couple of batting points there. 2 batting points they would have picked up, and also had 1.4 bowling points from the wickets they would have taken. So they've already had 3.4 points to add to what they will get if they win this match. Of course, still a long way to go. We're only on the second day here. End of the over, TNT 14 without loss. There's the match situation. TNT all out for 133 on the first day. Barbados dismissed for 294. Reefer holds them together with 79.50 also for Graves. And getting a bird's eye view of things there. TNT still trailing by 147. Well, he has his back to the cricket there, that bird. Wonder if he's trying to say something. Now he's taking a peek out from under the wing. Few of the birds that have nestled here made their nest at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Again, playing away from his body, admonishes himself after missing that one. Sorry, I can't tell you what kind of bird that is. Ornithology was not one of my strong points in school. Can't confirm it's a bird, though. Short delivery. May have to refer to that well-known book here, Birds of the West Indies, written by James Bond. In case you're wondering, yes, that is the real James Bond. Ian Fleming, the famous English author, taking the name for James Bond from that author. We met in a bar, as usual, somewhere around in Jamaica. Took his name as for his most famous work, for his most famous character, 007 James Bond. You can look it up. It is very true. Birds of the West Indies. We might be able to identify those two birds we saw. One kept a little bit low here, and Dowrich did well to stop that one. So those can be painful for wicket keepers. Just dropping in front of him. Got the gloves across it. He has the pads, of course. It's the ones that miss everything and go into the thigh. That's the problem. Good carry still here. 1 or 2 keeping low, but largely it has been a very good pitch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Has been all the way through the year. It would have started hosting matches in the Under-19 World Cup, and this venue produced more runs than any other. Scoring rates here were well above those of the other 2 venues in Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval and Diego Martin. So it was a real belter. We saw the drives, no timing in the shot. Did see some fine youngsters in that Under-19 World Cup. Raj Bauer, a play here. Devalt Brevis, the South African. Well, there's a batsman who has gone on to a lot of good things. Played in the IPL, of course. He also produced an impressive innings here. Didn't get the 100, though. Well, some impressive innings are needed from these two, Jeremy Solozano and Lendl and Keegan Simmons. End of the over from Cummings. At the end of it, still 14 without loss. Simmons on 8 and Solozano on 5. Heading up towards 4 o'clock here. How this game has changed in the last hour or so. At 3 o'clock, we went off at tea. Barbados with 280 for 7. Jordan on 29. Cummings had just come to the crease. The last 3 wickets going down very quickly. And now Trinidad and Tobago in, hoping to wipe off this 161-run deficit before they can make Barbados bat again. How they'd love a century partnership here to go a big way towards wiping off that deficit. Thinking about the run, but Reefer is moving smartly across to stop any thoughts of that. So what's happening in the other games around? Well, let's see what's happening in the Jamaica game. Guyana have made a pretty good reply against Jamaica. They have lost their first wicket, though. Wow, almost playing that one on. Uncertainty there in Solozano's movements. Almost playing that on. It may have come off his feet and close to that off stump. Jamaica 333.93. Guyana 152 for 1. Chandrapal Hemraj an entertaining 78, 15 fours and a 6 in that match at the Diego Martin Regional Complex. Another great delivery here from Jordan. It's really getting the ball to start talking now. Tejan Chandrapal 63 not out. And Tevin Imlach 40 not out. Here's that last delivery from Jordan. Yeah, just a hint of movement away. Solozano feeling he had to play at that one. Almost got the edge. Better delivery closer to the off stump this time and played away. Tejan Chandrapal, 63 of 162 deliveries already. He's shaping up to get another 100 there. Wasn't dismissed in the last game, if I remember correctly. Beautifully played. Solozano driving that. It won't go to the boundary. It's been tracked down here by the quick Brathwaite. Does get the ball just in front of the ropes. They do manage to cross for 2. Well, Windwards versus Leewards. Windwards have been bowled out for 173 in reply to Leeward Island's 333. And for the second time, Leewards have decided to going to bat once again. So they are 23 without loss. Monson Hodgson 7 and Kieran Powell on 16. Just to give you the match situation there, as another single taken here. Leeward Islands lead Windwards by 183 runs. End of the over here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is 17 without loss. TNT trailing by 145. Miguel Cummings is about to bowl his 4th over in a row. So what has helped the fast bowlers here today is that the conditions have been absolutely great for cricket. Not a lot of hot sun around. The temperatures have been very, very helpful. Well, actually, this is the left armer, Simmons, who's now coming in. Ramon Simmons, left arm fast medium bowler. Cummings just bowling the 3 overs in his spell. So Simmons at one end. Will we see Jordan bowl another at the northern end? Cut away straight at Roston Chase. Gets that on the bounce. It was really traveling. Chase made that look a lot easier than it was. Umpire Ramdani now at the southern end of the ground. Umpire Bassaret presiding at the northern end. More runs here. It's time for Solozano, just one. Coming into this match, it was felt that this would be the match that might decide the title. Of course, Leeward Islands and Guyana would beg to differ. The talk was from the TNT camp that one bad would not deter us from our plans, according to Karaya. But there hasn't been a altogether bad match for TNT, but it is a situation where they had one really bad innings. The first session was where all the damage was done. Compounded in the second session. And from Karaya, we have to continue to what we do for long periods and stick to our plans. There was a long meeting yesterday after the close of play. TNT players were here for quite a while out in the ground talking things over. Long after the Barbados Pride had disappeared, and of course when the Barbados Pride players turned up today, they were enthusiastically playing their warm-up matches. They've been full value for their position in the match here so far, the Barbados Pride. Simmons' first over has come to an end, so that is none for one after his first over. Will we see another change at this end? 18 without loss after 7 overs. It will be Jordan to continue. Just outside of your picture, he's coming round the wicket again. Just working away on Solozano there. Solozano making his way into the West Indies team for the tour of Sri Lanka. Got hit on the helmet and was withdrawn from the match. Concussion substitute was brought in. Hasn't been able to find his way back into the West Indies team, and his returns for the season hasn't improved his case. 57 runs for the season in 4 innings. And the thing is, having been in and around the West Indies squad, you certainly, when you get that taste of international cricket, he would want to stay in and get that opportunity to get back in. He needs to get a volume of runs here if he is to attract the attention of the selectors once again. Jordan continuing to probe outside the off stump here. Solozano from early part of this innings just seemed to not quite certain where his off stump is. One or two deliveries, you could see that his bat was tailing towards the ball, pulled away at the last minute. That's fine, once he doesn't get a touch onto it. 3 slips waiting and a gully. Yeah, playing as late as possible with the swing here. The Duke's ball being used here by the in this match. Flicked away, there's a man there. Just one to Solozano, he's on to 10. Quiet start for Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of time here for TNT still to bat. Still have 7.5 overs remaining in the day. Actually, sorry, it's 23.1. What am I saying? 7.5 overs in the innings, correction. End of the over, 19 without loss. 20 without loss at the end of 8 overs. Here's Simmons to continue from the southern end. Nice height there for Dowridge to move across and make the take. Akeem Jordan at the second slip, or rather first slip for Barbados here. There he is. And as he's walking away from the first slip, he's still, his arms just motioning as if he's trying to get the batsman to play how he should be playing, where he's going to get the edges. Spalling very much on his mind. Here he is at first slip. Polite inquiry by Dowridge. Maybe just clipping the thigh pad there of the batsman as it's coming through. Simmons does tend to score quickly at local club level. He likes to get on with it. Solozano is going to stay in there. He goes along at the strike rate about 30, 40 or so. Simmons will have to force the issue here. At least he'll try to when he gets settled. Well, the crowd are getting into it here late. Various emotions being expressed by the crowd throughout the day. When TNT were bowled out for 133, there was a lot of criticism directed towards the team from the spectators. Shannon Gabriel was on, and the wicket started to tumble for Barbados. A lot more support. Cries of batting, batting going up around the stadium. Straight to chase this time. Well, the fielders were walking in as if thinking it was the end of the over. It's not. String of low scores in the top of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. 5 batsmen getting into double figures. Down the leg side, just spearing them in too far down the leg side, starting it on the middle stump, and easy for Dowridge to take. But frustration here for young Simmons. Exactly what these two would have wanted. A few deliveries where they can just gauge the pace of the pitch. 20 without loss after 9 overs. Without loss, Trinidad and Tobago after 9 overs. There's going to be a bowling change now at the northern end. Cummings, who started off at the southern end, as he did in the first innings, now deciding to come over to the northern end, just getting a couple of overs in at the other end. So maybe just a 15-minute rest here for Cummings. Here he is round the wicket. One coming in, but well left here by Solozano. Very eager here, Miguel Cummings. Told his captain that I want to come back on here. Maybe try my luck from the northern end. No cross breeze here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. No exaggerated swing away from the batsman. Still some movement on offer, though, for the seamers. Oh, that's ill-directed and well played by Solozano. Gets a healthy chunk of the bat onto that, and that's run away for a boundary. Into double figures, Solozano. 14 of 31 deliveries now. Trinidad and Tobago have played 17 different players for the season so far. This is the 4th game, so a lot of changes for TNT over the season. In fact, when the season was when cricket was last played at first-class level in 2020, it certainly was an up-and-down season for Trinidad and Tobago. They played something like 22 different players in the tournament. A lot of changes, chopping and changing to the team. This season also, players coming in. Some of the changes, admittedly, for West Indies duty. Among the players to leave, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip also gone, and Akil Hussain. West Indies will be playing the Netherlands coming up shortly. That's the next attraction for West Indies fans. First ODI will take place on May 31st, not long from now. Kept a little bit low that time, but didn't move in sufficiently to take the off stump. Well judged by Solozano. So the 3 games playing at the VRA Stadium in Amstelveen. Hope I got that right. Netherlands and West Indies playing for the first time in a ODI series in the Netherlands. First ODI on the 31st of May, second on the 2nd of June, and the third on the 4th of June. After that, the West Indies will make the trip across to Pakistan. But at the end of the over here, just a boundary in the over, 24 without loss, TNT Red Force. So 21 overs still to go. We're just about 4:15, so maybe about an hour and a quarter of play still to go. So a lot of time here for Simmons and Solozano to bat out through the end. They would certainly love to come in maybe about 60, 70 without loss at the end of play. That would certainly lift the spirits of the Trinidad and Tobago team camp. Didn't hear what they were talking about yesterday late here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, but seemed that it was an earnest talk that they had among themselves, players sharing their opinions on the state of the game. Yeah. Well, he's alive to the possibility of the bouncer here, Simmons. Simmons versus Simmons at the moment. Different spelling, though. I'll make some interesting reading in the papers tomorrow as Simmons can get Simmons out. Sure, it's happened somewhere along in first-class cricket. Stifled appeal. I think there were two noises there, maybe bat onto pad. So the celebration and the headlines will have to be held for now. Of course, after the West Indies, after they finished that 3-match ODI series against the Netherlands, they're after Pakistan. Pakistan, 3 more ODIs there. That was a series which was due to be played earlier this year. COVID-19 concerns, though, putting it off later on in the year in June. It's not by getting the batsman to play enough here. Yeah, the 3-match series all played. There's David Williams, former Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper batsman, and playing for also the West Indies. Played in that one-off test match against South Africa all those years ago, 1993 in Barbados. And there is David Furlong, the head coach of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Flicked away. Chase on here for Reefer. Gets across to it well. Runs around that nicely. The big left-hander. And the southpaw hurls it back in to prevent the second run. So the Pakistan series playing at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium in Rawalpindi. First match on the 8th, then the 10th and the 12th. Well, the West Indies will be captained by Nicholas Pooran coming in to replace Kyron Pollard in those two series. So Netherlands, you would feel with the greatest of respect to the Netherlands that the West Indies will take care of business there. Pakistan will be an entirely different proposition. Dowrich does very well here. They don't go for the single, but Dowrich did very well. He was diving down the leg side and had to reach out just that little bit extra. Did well to get the gloves across to it. 25 without loss after 11 overs of the TNT Red Force innings. Cummings to return. Before Cummings starts, just to mention also that the 2020 T20 Blaze is due to start on the 19th of June. So for fans of the West Indies women's team, and I'm sure a lot of you, all of you are, that tournament is due to start on June 19th. Leeward Islands women versus Windward Islands women is the first match there. Guyana National Stadium in Providence. Good short delivery here from Miguel Cummings. That tournament running from the 19th of June. 25th of June will be the last preliminary match. That's Windward Islands versus Guyana women. Barbados, the defending champions, winning the tournament the last time it was played back in 2019. and by virtue of that, qualifying for the Commonwealth Games. Hope that they will put on a good show there. Sure they will. Barbados women, a powerful team, featuring the likes of Hayley Matthews, who's been in fine form, and Deandra Dutton. When has she not been in form, Deandra Dutton? Certainly it'll be a great spectacle, and hope that they can finish among the medals for at the Commonwealth Games in 2022. So there are more cries from the spectators of batting. 25-run partnership so far between Solozano and Simmons. What is more promising here for the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have taken up 70 deliveries between themselves and few alarms so far. Patience, very much the order of the day here for Barbados. Conditions are a lot better for batting here on the second day. And also, it's not the blazing hot sunshine that we've had in the opening day. It's been very, very quiet here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Oh, that is a wonderful on drive that the fieldsman is going to chase down here. Reefer. Can he get it? Well, he hasn't been able to pull it back there, Raymond Reefer. And Simmons with a classy on drive for 4. In case you were wondering what that was flying past the camera, it's one of the birds that nest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a forested area in and around the stadium, so a lot of wildlife around. So that's what it was. It's not exactly a Hitchcock movie, but it's close to that. The over comes to an end after 12 overs here, 29 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. Here is the match situation. Trinidad and Tobago 133, Barbados 294, extracting a lead of 161. So far, these two have been able to wipe off 29 runs, 14 apiece. TNT still trailing by 132. That is a sizable lead. And Barbados will be hoping to prize out maybe a couple of wickets here before the end of the day, if not more. And this might be one of them. Yes, he's taken it, trying to turn it onto the onside. And that is an easy catch as you can possibly get. And the first wicket is down. It's gone to the man on the far side. And Simmons has taken this one. And Solozano, trying to turn one onto the onside, has been caught for 14. So here's a run of low scores continues Jeremy Solozano. Very disappointing for him. His role on the team as a batsman ends here in disappointment. He's gone for 14. And who's coming out now? Well, it's Brian Charles coming out. So Brian Charles, bit of a surprise move here by TNT team. Now it's 18.5 overs still remaining, and Brian Charles, just to remind you, who batted at number 9 in the first innings, is now out. to do battle for TNT. So the night watchman coming on and entrusted with a rather big task here. 18.5 overs still to go. I know there's no hard and fast rule of when you bring on the night watchman, but here he is. Obviously, a lot of trust being shown here to the technique of Brian Charles. Yeah, it is quite dark here. So they've decided to take the water break at the fall of the wicket. So we'll take some water ourselves. TNT losing their first wicket. Solozano going for 14. And still over 100 runs to go. Trailing by 132. Well, I hope you've had your coffee and your biscuits because we're ready for the last hour of play here. 29 for 1 TNT Red Force. New batsman is Brian Charles. Now the wicket going down just before the break, and that was Jeremy Solozano trying to turn one, the left-hander onto the offside and just spooning the catch up and easily taken there. I think it was Jordan was the man coming across. Cummings was the man who came across to take the catch. So an interesting move here by Trinidad and Tobago, sending out Brian Charles. 4 slips and the gully in place now. What a delivery! And the night watchman might be on his way here. Well, that looked very, very close indeed. Charles was having none of it. So I thought this was a very interesting move. They sent Charles out there. Yes, he's a tidy batsman. He's very, very Gets in line of the deliveries, but let's see what happens here. Did he get a touch onto this? Well, it was close. Appeal immediately, and the way Dowrich appealed, it was just like it was a fait accompli. He felt that was surely out. Passed very, very close to the gloves, though. Umpire Ramdani did not agree, and Charles has survived here. And you really have to wonder, with 18 overs still to go, was this the best choice here to send in Charles? Tried to leave that one alone. Came off the bat and down to Dowrich. This has been the problem here for TNT, with Bravo absolutely struggling right now. They have been, maybe they were just a little bit concerned about sending Bravo out there. At the moment, 8 of 49 deliveries, Darren Bravo, in the first innings. Also struggled in that innings that he played, both innings, in fact, when he played at Diego Martin. So good wicket here for young Ramon Simmons. 3 wickets in the match for him already. 20 years old and full of energy, full of exuberance. And just so happy to be playing for his country at the moment. As you can see there, 4 slips and a gully in place for Brian Charles. Expect some more short ones. Yeah, that's not the shot you want to see at this point when your night watchman is in. That's more like it, practicing a leave alone. End of a successful over here for the Barbados Pride. 29 for 1. Solozano gone in the over. Miguel Cummings will continue from the northern end. Barbados Pride, most outstanding team in this competition. In terms of the titles, first class competition, 23. One of those shared for Barbados. Next best, Jamaica. Guyana, 10 titles. And Guyana, 11 titles. One of them shared. And Trinidad and Tobago, 5. Leeward Islands, 4 in all. No run this time, no touch onto that. Combined Islands, just a 1 title, but Windward Islands never winning the regional first-class title, but there were players from the Windward Islands involved in that Combined Islands team. So this could very well be title number 24 for Barbados. If they can get through this Trinidad and Tobago team second innings here cheaply and knock off the runs, that could be them on their way, barring the last round, into title number 24. Still a long way to go. Barbados won that shortened season, 2019-2020. Before that, the last titles coming in 2014 and 2013, and then all the way back to 2007. These two teams did share a title back in 1975-76. That was quite a season by itself. So how's the last round shaping up? If let's assume that Barbados do get past Trinidad and Tobago, their last match against the team at the bottom of the table, Windward Islands. Well, you would favour Barbados to win that, with the greatest of respect, of course, to the Windward Islands team, who are coached by a Barbadian, Shirley Clark, his first season with the team. Sure, he would want his team to put in a good performance against the country of his birth. Trinidad and Tobago will have a tough assignment against Guyana. If they are to lose this one, that's going to be even tougher at the Queen's Park Oval. That was a good delivery. And as for the Leeward Islands, they're in charge of their game against the Windward Islands. If they can get a win there, well, they have Jamaica to face, and they're also in a run of form here now. So you would favour Barbados to really get title number 24, because they have the easier of the run-ins here in that last round. So I'm sure that fans in Barbados would be, well, don't pull out the champagne just yet. Still a long way to go. Still 6 days of cricket and a little bit less than an hour here. Might be a good idea to put it on ice still at the moment. End of the over. Still a long way to go in this game. 2 days after this, and a spirited batting performance from TNT should certainly lift them in good stead. Well, there is the flag man. That's a Nuts man. I think his is that Nuts Landing, I think is his name. Or is that one of the other spectators? Well, there is a Nuts man by the name of Nuts Landing, who a big supporter of Trinidad and Tobago. That's not him, by the way. That's a supporter. They have their own music out there, and they're enjoying themselves. Yeah, I think the Nuts man was here earlier. Yeah, so they're enjoying themselves out there, despite the situation in the match. Clearly, Red Force supporters. Yeah, he's enjoying himself, has his drinks, has his cooler, Red Force t-shirt, and his hat. If anybody's enjoying themselves here, it will be him. Another guy who's enjoying himself right now is Ramon Simmons. He had his first wicket of the second innings, third in the match. Got Solozano out for 14. And he's bowling at the night watchman here, who has played at some deliveries he should not have here, Brian Charles. Well, stories that the great leg spinner Clary Grimmett used to bowl at practice his flipper, and he had his dog that would fetch the ball for him. I'm not sure if this is one of those. He's going to be fetching any of them right now. He's having a whale of a time. Maybe intricate dance to the soca music around here. Oh, what a good delivery that was by Simmons. Yeah, with those 4 slips and a gully in place, they're just waiting for something to come their way. Jordan just walking up towards the batsman, having a little joke with Ruston Chase. Loud enough, of course, for the batsman to hear it. It's all part of the way it's done. Still there, Charles, none of 7 deliveries. So, of course, if he does last through the afternoon, it's going to look like a great decision. Switching round the wicket here. They declined to take the single. Night watchman, really a name for a security guard who works at night. So this tells you a little bit about the use of the term here in cricket. There's actually a song done by the artist Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers called Night Watchman. Had nothing to do with cricket though. Oh, not a good delivery. Too good here for Charles. Over the years, there have been centuries scored by night watchmen in Test cricket. 6 of them in all. The last one by one Jason Gillespie. 201 against Bangladesh back in Chittagong. 2006 in the second Test. Never played for Australia after that. Occupational hazards of night watchman. You can be successful, but please don't be too successful. End of the over, 29 for 1. Simmons 14. Charles still hanging tough there without scoring. A little more settled here now. Certainly he is. Just about in that cow corner position he is. Don't know his name, but he's in the cow corner position. So we might have to rename what animal it's the cow corner is named after. And he's having a close look at the action here. Dog corner doesn't have the same ring as cow corner, does it? So TNT in survival mode here. 29 for 1. They've lost Solozano for 14. Simmons has been stuck on 14 for quite a while. 44 deliveries. He's determined right now to see off the threat here by the Barbados bowlers. Graves in here. Full toss, driven through the extra cover region. It may not get there. Brathwaite is going to chase this one down, and they get a couple here. So that's Simmons just driving that one nicely, not getting full value for his shot. Mentioned the spectators dancing away. You saw him a few minutes ago. Well, they're dancing to Peter Ram's song, Good Morning. So, popular singer in Barbados, of course, Peter Ram. That one, oh, that's a wonderful stop there by Brathwaite. Diving to his right. And the skipper for the Barbados Pride showing the way here. West Indies skipper also always supremely fit here. Brathwaite getting the hands on that and making the stop. Here's how he did it. Graves coming in. It's a little bit short and outside the off stump, just off the back foot. Not much footwork, but getting good contact on that. That's the stop. It was going away from him all the time. A big right hand on that. No lettuce wrist, as goalkeepers are told. Just strengthen the wrist and stiffen it as you're making the save. Charles survives here. Second wicket here for Barbados, and possibly, if they can get one more, that would be the job. Good job on the second day. Could have a shortened match. Now, if TNT can last through here, bat most of tomorrow morning without losing more than a wicket or so, certainly be good for them. He's gotten something on that. Yes, he's been given. And Charles is gone. What a catch by Shane Dowrich. And the little man takes a wonderful catch down the leg side, and Brian Charles is gone. We were certainly talking about this experiment of bringing the night watchman on with 18 overs to go, and now Charles has been dismissed here without scoring. Down the leg side here from Graves, and let's see what happens. So it goes down. Yeah, it was very, very close to the bat, also close to that thigh pad. Certainly no doubt about the catch. It was well taken by Dowrich. But maybe the doubt might be here, did this touch the bat or was that the thigh pad? Well, the deflection seemed to come after it passed the bat, but the umpire is in the best position and he had no doubt at all. The finger went up immediately and Graves has his first wicket, 32 for 1. So Darren Bravo will now have to go out and try to hold on to stay out there for Trinidad and Tobago for the remaining 15 overs. Graves had 2 for 26 in his 9 overs in the first innings, and he's already on the way here, 1 for 3. So the left-handed Darren Bravo coming in now. So the string of left-handers broken by the appearance of Charles, who this experiment of bringing in the night watchman has not worked. And still 15 overs to go. There was a conference by the umpires a short while back, which was about the light. Now, I'll tell you why that is, because even though it is just about 4:45 now here in Trinidad and Tobago, problem is it's been very hazy throughout today because of the abundance of Sahara dust hanging over the atmosphere here in Trinidad and Tobago. It's made it very dark here. Well, Bravo was thinking about playing at that. Decides to leave it alone, and that ends the over. A successful one for Graves. Problems for Bravo at the end of it. 32 for 2. So as we prepare for the first ball of the new over, I think they are making a look at the umpires, checking out the lights here. Craig Brathwaite just having a talk with umpire Ramdani. Very much umpire, always very cool and calm umpire Ramdani. Uses yoga and meditation as a way to keep his calm and his center and his focus while he's doing his duties as an umpire. Cummings is back on. This is his third spell. Going all out here. Barbados pride to severely dent the TNT Red Force. The left-handed Simmons now. Short delivery, just gets in under that one very quickly. Tall and slim Keegan Simmons. Spectators have been bringing their own music here. And conveniently, the song that's playing away to our left, you may not be hearing it, is Rally Round the West Indies by David Rudder. Sure that the TNT team would need some sort of encouragement like that. Well, Cummings was already true, but umpire Ramdani was just having a talk with Craig Brathwaite, who was making one of his inquiries there to the umpire. And they had to abort the run up here by Cummings. Well, if their plan was to pick up 2 wickets before the end of play, that has been achieved already. So they're looking for a bonus here. So the wickets to go so far. Solozano caught by Cummings off Simmons for 14. Brian Charles caught by Darridge off Graves without scoring. Bravo's just faced one ball. Solozano on 14. Chase here for second slip. Oh, he tries his level best, but that is just short of the mark there from Jonathan Carter. That's a good attempt by Carter. Might be 34, but he is still as fast as ever. Wonderful catcher also. There was a catch that he took in the CPL a couple of seasons ago. Real snorter. Chase that one for all he's worth there. Carter. That's why they wear the sleeves, because put in the full dive, wasn't able to pull it back. Just one man out there in the deep. Actually, there are two of them. One at backward square leg and another at the long leg position. Well, more like long leg and fine leg. Now that Simmons is off strike, the long leg has come in towards more of a leg slip position. More like a leg gully now. Bravo. Mentioned his struggles in the first innings and the previous game. He really needs a big innings here to get his confidence back. That's going to go for 4 this time. Between third slip and gully. And that is a boundary here for Bravo. He's off the mark. Second ball. No hint of a catch here. That was along the ground all the way. Had 8 in the first innings of 49 deliveries. Did have a 4 along similar lines to that one. How he'd love to last the last 14 overs here. TNT Red Force, 41 for 2 at the moment. That's why the leg slip is there for that sort of ball. Bravo does well to fend this one down. And there is no run resulting. 41 for 2 at the end of the over. None for 27 Cummings. Another conference here by the two umpires, umpire Bassarat closer to us and umpire Ramdani, two umpires from the south of Trinidad, umpire Bassarat from Moruga and umpire Ramdani from Tableland, distance apart. They are discussing the light here, and they're speaking to the Barbados captain, Craig Brathwaite. Now, the third umpire is going to come on here. Two batsmen just outside of your picture. There's a conference going on. And the two batsmen getting interested here because they might be offering them the light because the conditions, lighting conditions have deteriorated. Away to our right, some of the emergency lights have actually come on here at the stadium. That's how dark it has become here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. On between the umpires and the umpire without the cap. That's Lyndon Rajkumar, the third umpire. The two batsmen, well, Bravo is there. He and Craig Brathwaite are having a little talk, and well, they're testing the light meter, and that's just taking place. That's what Lyndon Rajkumar came on to bring on the light meter, and just by the stumps. So they're looking at it. Let's see what the reading says. Positive or negative? No, that's not how it goes. Right, so they've tested one side here. They're going down to the next side to see how, presumably, the light might actually be better on one side than the other. Now, Shane Dorridge has already signaled he wants a helmet, so he is preparing for if the spinners are coming on. So there's the light meter. To non-cricket watchers, this might look very strange. So, the readings are in. It's being put back into the little case and handed back to the third umpire. What's going to happen here now? Well, it's going to be Warrican on, and the umpire has accepted his cap, so it's going to be spinners for the remainder of the day, because I think the light has deteriorated to the point where the pacers can no longer operate without it becoming dangerous to the batsman. So Dowrich has gone for the helmet. Warrican is going to come on here with a ball that is just 17 overs old. So here's Warrican to continue. First innings, Warrican took 3 wickets to get rid of the tail. 3 for 21, his wickets. His figures in the first innings. He got rid of Uthman Mohammed. Also, Terence Hines, who was out for 25. And Joshua De Silva, LBW, for 23. So 3 good wickets there for Warrican. Here he is, left arm over the wicket. Forward to it is Simmons. Oh, he's almost played that onto his stumps here. Now there's encouragement for Simmons to cutter this ball, because there's no one square of the wicket. In fact, the only fielder outside of that first slip is Brathwaite in that short extra cover position. That's more like what he should be doing. So he has to... Well, he's looking to score runs here, and here's what's happened. So there's a big, wide gap, square of the wicket. Yeah, just chopped it on. Almost got that onto the stumps. Another delivery ball, but just playing forward to it, and there's no run again. In a nutshell, this is what we might see for the remainder of the day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Unless something untoward happens. Almost did in that over. Simmons trying to cut one, almost playing on. 41 for 2. TNT Red Force at the end of the over. So we've had at one end Warrican, and now we'll have Chase, the off spinner, at the other end. He'll be turning it away from the left-handed Bravo. 2 slips in place here for Bravo. Backward point, cover point, short extra cover, mid on, mid off. There's a short leg and a mid wicket in place for Bravo. Left that alone there, Bravo. Slashed away, but straight to the fielder. Simmons is there. Different types of light meters, as we mentioned, the light meter. It's about 32 pounds, I'm told you can get one for. So a call of weight from Bravo, and wisely so, because Simmons was across to that very quickly. I'm sure that the ones the umpires have are a little bit more expensive. Mini lux meter, as it's called, a little bit more than 40 pounds. Sure that umpires they provided with them as part of their part of the equipment for the venue here at the venue. It's beaten Bravo, and he's knocked over the off stump, and Chase has done the trick, and Bravo's struggles with the bat continue here. Didn't have a read on that one, Darren Bravo, and he's gone here for 4 of 8 deliveries, and the TNT Red Force, hoping not to lose a group of wickets here at the end of the day, have lost 3, and that's 41 for 3, and Bravo has been cleaned up here by Chase. Here's how it's happened. Chase turning the ball away from Bravo. Let's see if this one, there's any movement on this one. Well, yes, it's a fine delivery by Chase, pitching about just between the middle and the off stump, and Bravo's defensive prod was too late. That one turning enough to take the off stump. That's a great delivery by Ruston Chase. And look at the celebration by Craig Brathwaite, who was leaping in the air and pumping his fist. That tells you how much they value the wicket of Darren Bravo. Yes, he might be not in the greatest of form, but certainly a good wicket for the Pride here on their way, they hope, to victory. 41 for 3. So the odds of a Trinidad and Tobago defeat certainly have lengthened. They have shortened now with the dismissal of Darren Bravo. Yes, he hasn't been in the greatest of form, but just to get him out means so much to this Barbados Pride team. The celebration by Brathwaite was something to see there. Leaping into the air, punching his fist into the air here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So Chase has done the trick. Wicket for him already. Warwican has just had the 1 over maiden, and he almost had Simmons in that over. Can he get Simmons to cut at 1? There's now a point in place, so there's no longer that massive gap, but there is still a gap between the backward point and that extra cover position. Leg slip in place, short leg, and a slip for Simmons. Short mid-wicket in place also. Oh, that's true. The captain, Brathwaite, that may not go to the boundary because, well, it's gone there now. Yes, it was slowing up despite the best effort of Miguel Cummings chasing that one down. Didn't get there. It was there, just wide and outside the off stump, and inviting here for Simmons. They're trying to entice him into a drive, into an errant drive, but that one he got the foot well across to it and drove it very well for 4. Warwican will turn it into the left-handed batsman. So just pitching it wide here, hoping to get him to play forward. It's past Brathwaite, who was backed up there well this time. terms of overs remaining, 11.3 still to go. Quite a few reporters here from the dailies here in Trinidad. I know there will be some words describing the Trinidad and Tobago performance, but if there is one to describe the Barbados performance, it has been dominant. They have dominated these first 2 days. While it hasn't been the strongest performance from TNT, not to take anything away from the Barbados pride, they have done what they have set out to do here. 45 for 3, TNT innings into its 21st over now. Here's Roston Chase to continue. Roston Chase taking the wicket of Bravo. What a delivery that was. Kind of delivery you want to dream about if you're an off spinner to a left-handed batsman. Coming from round the wicket, pitching just about that middle and off stump, turning enough to clip the off stump, the top of off stump. Jason Mohammed out there. He's another one of the TNT batsmen who has not been able to get a lot of runs. He usually is very reliable. Just 74 runs in the 6 innings he's played in the match so far. Well, the chase is on here. It's not going to go to the boundary. Orican gets it before it crosses the rope. Just one more to the total. 2, in fact, sorry. Pulled away. That will go to the boundary this time. Enough on that. Jason Mohammed. Shorter delivery there from Roston Chase. Ball is swinging, is going to spin across the right-hander. If it's as short as that, he's going to put that away every time. Jason Mohammed started with a lot of promise for Trinidad and Tobago. First season, 2006. Don't think he would have gotten worse deliveries than that one from Roston Chase. Easy to put away. Just pulls the bat away that time. Best season for Jason Mohammed was back in 2019. 634 runs, average 35.22. Had 2 centuries and 3 50s in there. In fact, when you look back at Jason Mohammed's careers, for the last 3 completed seasons, he's had 2 centuries in each of them. Down the leg side, Jason Mohammed, seeing the ball spin across his stumps, just employs the pad. 51 for 3 at the end of the over here. Umpires are conferring again. Again, the conversation is about the light. Now, they have had 2 spinners on, and umpire Lyndon Rajkumar is heading out there again with the light meter. Very fit man is Lyndon Rajkumar, so 2 runs up and down the field. It's not going to do him too much. Heavily into his bodybuilding now, Lyndon Rajkumar, as you can probably tell from that profile. So just talking it over with Craig Brathwaite, Barbados and West Indies captain. He's been through this many times, so he knows the score here. Let's see what umpire Bassarat at the northern end here. He puts the light meter down. They step away carefully from it, as you can see. So that's one reading. And now they go the other way. A careful ritual, it looks like. If you've never seen it before, you might be totally confused at what's happening here. They're just checking for the lights to see if it's bright enough to continue. And umpire Bassarat has done the readings. Let's see what he's going to say now. The Barbados team look on. They want to stay out there, of course. They're 3 wickets down, TNT Red Force. So here's the decision. What's he gonna say here? Craig Brathwaite there, Jason Mohammed also senior batsman for TNT. Yet it is a very hazy afternoon. That's what's happening here. It's been very, very hazy. And I think the players will be heading off here. Bad light has ended play here on day 2 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And one of the reasons for it, it's a very, very hazy day with the Sahara dust in the atmosphere. It's blocked off the sun. It's also it hasn't been a rainy day at all. It hasn't been a bad day in terms of the weather. But I think that the Barbados Pride team will be very happy with what they have been able to achieve today. And here's the match situation for the Barbados Pride team. The umpires make their notes about the score as they head off. But here is the Trinidad and Tobago innings so far. Solozano the first to go, trying to turn one to the onside, caught by Cummings off Simmons for 14. Brian Charles very surprised that the night watchman went in so early. Perhaps there was the feeling that there would have been an interruption for the light. Well, he went after 13 deliveries, caught by Darridge off Graves. And then the last to go, Bravo, got an absolute japper from Roston Chase in his first over. He was bowled for 4. His struggles continue. Darren Bravo. Jason Mohammed, 6 off 6. And Keegan Simmons, 62 deliveries. He is not out on 26. Here's the bowling for Barbados now. As you can see, the ground staff on there. 3 wickets falling to 3 different bowlers. Simmons, 1 for 2. Graves, 1 for 3. And Chase, 1 for 6. What figures to have there if you're a bowler. Best situation for them. Wickets falling in 29, 32, and 41. So within the space of 12 runs, 3 wickets going down for TNT. Here's the overall match situation now. And it is not a situation that TNT Red Force fans will enjoy watching. 133 in the first innings, and now 51 for 3. Barbados 294. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still trail by 110 runs, and they must wipe that off before they can get Barbados to bat again. So Barbados Pride in control of this game after 2 days, and still with 2 days to go, a lot of time remaining, they will try to press for victory tomorrow. So it's going to be an interesting morning's play. So we hope that you'll join us just before 10 a.m. tomorrow here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for day 3 of this WICB West Indies Championship match between the TNT Red Force and Barbados Pride. On behalf of Sheldon Rooks and the rest of the crew here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, I'm Vidya Ramphel saying goodbye for now.